Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. So, pretty much the usual stream. We're going to go through and do a fan model of Miki. I'm going to butcher the last name. Oh no, I don't have it up. Oh no, all right, I'll just look at the title. Fuzuki Miki, because of, well, random things. Anyways, do it. Hello. Oh, wait. 1 second. I had made changes, so things are still a little bit funky. Mostly I decided to do, a good old password change, so I had to change a bunch of things in here, but it's all good. Okay, 1 second. Boop. Boop. So, today we're going to be working on... Oh, I didn't wait long enough. Go away. There we go. Going to be working on Miki. Our Tensai Genius Uchuni Alien Princess Cell Presidente. I think that sums it up. Came out a bit ago. I have most of the sheets up. Though I don't think they're going to be very applicable besides possibly the face and hairstyles, but here they are. She has 3. I don't think I've seen her with this one. Oh wait, that's the same one. Boop. The void. And the reason why. Cat girl in this case. Because of a random clip, because that's how it always works. And we got the 2 momos here of that. So, I'm going to be shooting for this pose, but this pose doesn't look like it's standing as much. And I'm trying to square the circle of how do I want to have this presented, because it's the cat pose. Possibly have the leg a little more in the middle. Maybe have her be able to lean a little forward. Yeah, I know. It's just like this is a little, if you do a plumb drop of where the center of mass is, she's falling backwards a bit, but cat, maybe the leg goes out and who knows. And I can't do my usual rigging tricks because that would make this also a 3/4 model, or yeah, 3/4 is the word, because it's facing to the left. So I can't be mirroring everything. I could cheat and copy over chunks of it, but things like the legs are going to be all unique. Things I am going to possibly have to work with is segmenting the body at least here. It's definitely going to need 2 segments, because I want it to possibly be able to lean forward a little bit more. Hello, welcome to the stream. I am working on the template stacked Fuzuki Miki, our alien space princess Tensai idol El Presidente. Help me if I'm missing out a few more things. But yes, there was a clip of her playing Honey Pop, and she could sound pretty much like Momo. This amuses me. And as such, I'm making a thing off it, but I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. Also might have to have lower body that tilts out a bit more, but the skirt needs to stay the same. And actually looking at production work, her butt would come out because the tail's coming out from underneath the yukata, I think it is. I think that's the short version of the kimono. So I have to make sure the legs are fully complete. This might need to be segmented here so that this can go behind here and I don't have to worry about it, and have this be on its own physics layer. So pretty much my standard do body first, then throw clothing on top of it, but this can't be part of the shoulder. This might be one of the only times I actually need a shoulder joint to work with this. And if I'm feeling real frisky today, I might actually have the hand movement be rigged to mouse X and Y, because I like that, because it's funny. Need to have the bell, definitely. As for her, I was probably going to go with the twin drills, because twin drills. That's all you need to know. I'm not sure if I'll go more off the ref sheet or more off her model. I don't think Momo has a choker. Well, yeah, Momo does have a choker. She has a collar. Literal collar. Yeah, I'll keep the bell. Any other things I need to think on here? Probably need to segment this, like, have that mostly match this so I can do a little bit of tilt, and have this completely behind it and the hinge mostly at that part right there, because I want to have this move a little bit. And I might want to have this back just a tad more, like maybe somewhere about... Balance says put it here, but I know why it's like this, so you can have the, so it has a nice curve on it, so you can have it. It doesn't need to completely make sense. But anyways. Also the fluffiest, frilliest ears, which are going to be interesting. But as I said, this is going to be a little hard, because this is a 3/4 model view with the head sort of tilted. And most tubers that I do is I guess it'd be just complete profile. Or not profile, complete head-on. So I'm going to have to squish the eye, the farther eye a little bit, and I'll have more than a nose dot for once. I'm thinking I'm going to keep the yukata looking about the same. I mean, I could put it in Miki colors, but it won't read as well. Also for tail joints. Probably want to have this be one thing, and then you have this be another segment, and have the middle part just sort of be distorted left and right for wiggling. Not put too much time into it, because you can... I don't want to make 18 frames for a back and forth animation, so... Take the easy way out. Anyway. Let's get our grid set up. 64 proportions. Okay. 100% saturation, 80 lume. Oh no, you're just straight up white. Nope, look at that. Look at that. None of these VTubers go outside. Okay. I give them a little bit of color so I can actually work with whites. Same way as, like, don't use black as a mid shade. Use it at the end for your actual darkest blacks. I don't like using white for skin. Like pure porcelain white. Clearly. So, I can't do my usual head on this, because... Oh god, I can't use the sacred tool. No. Pain. Yeah, it really only does. And I mean, like, I work like that, but... It's just prevalent. Like, it's not even, like, fair skin. It's like, it's just pure white. Okay, so if we have this coming down this way, chin about here, cheek about here, split the difference. Make it round and cute. Think cat. I think I brought it up before the other week. Why do anime girls look so strange? Because anime girls are cats. Room. Well, and dragons are also cats. This is an established thing. The only thing with dragons is that they're defective cats, because otherwise they push their horde over the edge. I mean, dragons bring stuff together. They don't spread stuff out. Well, the head's a bit tilted here. Cheat to win? Cheat to win. Ooh. Oh. Clean up the edges. I think I'm going to have to draw a... Ooh. Behold the ultimate power. Stabilization. I'm just going to make it red for a second so I can actually see it. Ooh. Okay, good enough. And just going to erase it. There we go. I'm just going to do some straight lines. That'll work out. Okay, turn this off before I forget. I don't use any of this. Because I don't have a tablet. Well, no, I think I do, but they're kind of outdated. Oh, wait, no, I know my problem. I don't actually have the ports to use them. Don't have an extra graphics card. Especially now. Okay, anyway, we got our head. Let's get a neck on here, which is actually going to take some thinking for once. How's the position on Momo? Basically straight up and down. I think I can cheat and just say it's straight up and down. Oop. Okay. Now starting with the head groups. Head group. Body. Okay, as I said, this needs to be segmented. This definitely needs to be segmented. I can't cheap out on... I might need to actually do 3 segments. Or no, 4 segments. One more than usual. Like, in order to keep this, like, you know, consistent, and this can come out just a little bit more. I might need to do, like, the collarbone and shoulders as its own. Anyways. Usually shoulders I have separated, but I can't mirror it on this. About at the edge of the head. It's rather petite cat girl, so only 1 kitty years old. Oops. Most terrible long-running joke. Okay. There's a tilt, but not that much. Okay. Have it go like that. Oh, I really fear how asymmetrical this is. I could draw this, but trying to model it might lead to some issues. Okay, so we're going to 6 heads high, so groin is about here. Which put chest bottom right about there, so rib cage here. Whoops. It's going to be a straight drop down. I'm going to be putting the not B cups on it in a bit. B for betrayal. Okay. And because we want to have a little bit of curve on this. Oop. Now put middle right about there. Here's that upper body. Middle body. Which is basically just a circle, I'll be honest. There'd be a little bit of it right here. Okay. Lower body. I think I'm only going to need to go out this far, but that is a lot of tilt. The butt's going to take up the most of the rest of that. Oops, this is a time for stabilization. So the bottom of the groin on the front is going to be about there. Bop, bop. I'm going to have to slice that off. Oh well. Okay, so the mirroring front of that would be something like this. Means the bottom would be about here, going back. That's a little more. I think I'm going to turn this off for a second. Let me just slap down some pixels. I want this covering up more than that. I don't want it going straight to that edge because the weirdness that I'll complain about endlessly in Live 2D. And this can be just segmented like that. It's going to be the same color. It's going to be skin. This I'll adjust in a bit, but... Okay. Oh, this is going to be weird. So usually I have legs at the bottom, but I'm going to have legs over this and behind this. Because I'm going to have that front leg. This one right here. But I'm going to have clothing over it. So it might make more sense to have a leg group for the front leg right here so that I can have clothing on top of it. It's not like my usual thing where I have to have, like, you know, pants or socks, but I have to care about other things. Anyways, actually, what does Momo wear? Okay, those little type of socks. Okay, front, upper, front leg. I do upper and back when it's like this. So it makes sense in my head. Otherwise, it's my left or my right. Also, chat hasn't broken. Amazing. Front leg. Because usually I just design these like they're mirrored. Like you're looking into a mirror, therefore this is the right side even though it's the character's left side. So that's also the way I currently rig them. Actually, you know what? Because upper left or front butt. Because it's going to be partially what is used for this right here. So I might as well keep it static as possible. And it goes out to about here, so let's begin here. And it's here. Usually this is just thigh, but It's possible it might peek out and I don't want it moving a lot. It is a very short skirt being held up by a tail. Do we have a side view of Miki? No. We do not. What do I think? We're going more off Momo. Okay. There we go. Onto the leg. So this is the one that's going to be most in standard proportions. And I'm not going to have to guesstimate on it. This would go from here to about here. So actually, I could do this. That says about 83. Sure, we'll take it as gospel. I want to push it a bit more out. As I said and complained, this doesn't look like it's set up for balance. Maybe with the knee going out. Brain says no. So the knee pit is about at shoulder. Actually, that's more because her leg is that far out. Let me remedy the situation. Move up. Shoulders about here. I would say end of hip is about here, so it's a little beyond shoulder length. So somewhere around here. I think Momo's probably like 7 heads tall. I'm making Miki cuter. Whoops. Why shouldn't the genius space alien princess be cuter? So has anyone figured out this model's gimmick yet? It actually took longer to set up than I thought it would. No, my model. The one that I have on here. Alright, wait about another half hour and you might figure it out. It has, I went with kind of like Lost in Space, so as a thought on this sucker. So I have the idle, whoops, oh no, I knocked the camera. The idle animation is actually an hour long of rotation. Yeah, it took like 5 minutes to actually slowly scroll to the right edge of an hour-long animation. It's like only 2 keyframes. But I now know how to do clocks. That's got to account for something. Okay, do we like this? Well, we could cheat and just slice a little bit more off this. Yep, nobody knows what clockwise is. Yeah, surprisingly, it's very easy as long as you're using rotationals to rig clocks. If you're trying to rig a digital clock, pain and suffering. I think I would have an idea how to do it. I don't want to. Because I've in my time, because colleges are weird and they make you do, what did I say before? 83? They make you do, sorry, I need to, 84, 83. That's good enough. And they make you do, you know, actual physical things for your computer science degree. I had to do the electronic stuff and rig up a digital clock. It's a lot easier with actual components than, hey, you have on and off, and you're lucky if you get anything else. It can be done. I have seen people actually rig up calculators in the Live 2D system. And I do have an idea how you could. I never want to put it into practice, though. Anyways, back to the Clown Fiesta. I'll put the kneecap on later. Oh yeah, it keeps going this way. That's the part of it that bothers me. I'll give her a little bit more... no, it's pretty much stick still. Okay, so this is also going to be like 83. Or 85. Room. Like so. Okay, now this is where it gets a little weird because I don't want to have a lot of material on here that it'll look strange when it tilts or tilts back. So I want to have it as clean as possible, at least with the cover up here. But I don't want to have no overlap because Live 2D is painful. Let's put it like this. Oops, wrong one. Because if I have them butting edge to edge, they're going to put that disgusting white line. But if I have too much overlap and this turns, this part right here is going to stick out. In fact, I might put an extra pixel right there to try to protect against that. Now I could also put in a mask, or well, reverse mask, so it will be hidden behind there, but that's just extra work. This side I don't need to care about because I'm going to be hinging on this part, because there's no way that it flexes this way, which would mean I need to put a hinge on that one. So that should do it. I don't like it, but it should do it. Room. Okay, feet. Well, do I... Okay. So generally how I do feet at this point in time is that I have, you know, the end of the leg here. And then I divide this up into 3 sections. The heel and sort of base of it, the middle, and then the toes, so that I can basically have them segment to give me like 2 pixels of movement and also squish the foot in a way that doesn't look too distorted when it does body Y movements, so that it can like push itself up and it looks like it's pushing itself up. It's a very subtle, but everything else looks kind of crappy to me at my scale. Other people can get away just literally shrinking the foot because, oh no, it's like 2 pixels. You can't, or it's like 10 pixels and at actual resolution you can't tell. Me, I don't have that thing. Am I going to do that with this one? Let me think. I think this should stay planted, and I can possibly just do this as one segment. However, for Miki to go down, I can have this part hinge here. It's going to be hinging up here, but it's going to look like it hinges down here. And this knee goes out, and this turns in. So that'll drop her down, and the default I have right here, or that is right here, can be her fully standing up like this, but she can dip by pushing her knee out and dropping a little, and probably have this go up, or this knee go up a little bit more. If I'm really sly, the skirt goes up as well. Yeah, I think that works. So, too long didn't read. I don't have to do pain for feet. Okay, front foot. Ba ba ba. There we go. Go down here. Let's what am I doing? To the void. These are pretty detailed. I thought Feet Bros came much later as overwhelming everything. So, probably just need to have this be prominent, can cheat out this, and then have some fluffy sock top. That part I can cheat. I don't need to do as much shading of the toes. The sandal can just peek out at the bottom here. I think I'm good. It's not like this is going to go too far up, so... Ooh. This is actually going to have to go behind. It has to go... Well, no. If I'm doing the sock, it's going to cover up everything, so I don't need to worry about it. I might need to have a little bit of back, because that's just what I do, because I'm silly. And also the tilt is going to show it. And this is in line with shoulder. So basically here, that's my termination point. And feet like hands. Actually, our feet are a bit longer than hands, which means a bit longer than face bit. So somewhere around here. That's 3 squares. Let's go with this. The thing about art is that it's not mechanics. You can BS as long as it's about in the right things and the proportions aren't too far off. Now me, I fixate on, you know, single pixels for, you know, tens of minutes. You shouldn't do that. And just a bump to say that the toes here. I'll do the sandal stuff later. We're just getting down the baseline. Now for the one I think I'm going to have trouble with. Back leg. Okay, you're going to get your own group. I don't think I would get butt feigns on this. When we look at the full models, there's a fan site that literally just has the dumps. I'm not... Well, no, actually, I think this one's safe for work. But I'm still not putting it on screen. You'd get a little bit of butt. Oh, wow. I didn't know those were such low leg panties. Okay. Actually, on that realization, let me just drag this down to about here. Check this curve. It goes a little bit down. Yeah, it does. It doesn't have the nude ones that got some VTubers in trouble because they didn't know safe for work meant that topless was allowed. But it doesn't have those, which is interesting. Um, the Honey Pop 2 does have them, which makes me very confused. Oh well, but I'm not referencing that. Momo wasn't in that. So I care little. Okay. Round kitty caboose. Oh. As I said, I will fuss over a pixel for hours. And I've been looking at some recent pixel art. It's like I fuss more than I should. Okay, just a little bit. Alright. Cheat to win. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Back. But. Let's make this darker. And drag it over here. Cool. Now I could use that, but it's going to get distorted quickly. So let's do upper front leg. No, wait, back leg. What am I saying? Also, the more I realize, I'm probably one of the few people that actually name stuff on my layers. And this scares me. Actually, let's move you out a little bit. Good enough. Okay, cool. And the leg can start here, and I say the magical 85. The knee pushes out way the heck. It's like one head over. And look, I have a scale for like one head over. 85 is about... It's like I'm abusing a grid system or something. And this is where the knee is going to be very important. Okay, how does it look on this end? Let's do that. I am sloppy as heck when it comes to just doing... The horrors that is me just blind firing to cover up stuff. It's bitten me a few times. That said, on this end, shouldn't really have it come out. Because this leg is going to go down a little bit. So that means anything here might swing out. I mean, I could have just... No, if I just hinge it on... Yeah, even if I do hinge it on this one and I swing down, it's going to push this out. I could hinge it on this... Yeah, even this side would push out, so... Let's just put it at the diagonal. Whoops. Whoom. Whoom. There we go. And I think I want to slim the leg down. Yeah, actually, that's probably pretty good. Bottom, however, I may want to do some curving on. These curves are cute. There is the appeal of the stick girl, but... I mean, a cat girl has to have legs. How else is she going to climb into trees and ruin your furniture? She can't rake it. Also, I'm trying to think, wasn't Momo, like, really bizarre to unlock? I mean, I think all the secret characters in the first one, like, they didn't do that again for the second. But I'm not as well versed on the second. Whoops. Like, I honestly think that's a good idea, but I'm of the opinion that I miss old dating sims. Where, like, some old... If I had to guess, actually, this is a really old one, even before my time of, like, looking into things. True Love 95? As one of the old ones. It has a cat girl that is completely secret and makes no sense in how you get it. Like, I think you had to have, like, your happiness, like, maxed at a certain date. And your cat just turns into a cat girl for a night and then goes away. Or something like that. Like, Momo kind of reminds me of that. I know why they don't do it anymore. Because everybody's afraid of wasting time. Like, games are paradoxically wanting you to spend as much time on something that is as little fun as possible, but doesn't want you spending finding small secret stuff that has its own content. Lower back leg. Anyways, so once again, 85. And this goes behind her other legs, so where at? About at knee pit, so that would be putting it a little below knee. 85. Something like this, and then the foot carries it past there. As I said, I need to get the knee into this. It's going to be very important. Yeah. I agree that... Well, old games did have that too. Like, I think they were... I think in the old days, they wanted you to have something that, like, even though you're just mucking around, you get stuff done. Like, you know, collect the, as you put, the boar hides. Like, that would always be like a side quest that's going on. Now it seems like that stuff is just main quests, and you have to complete it sequentially, and you don't have, like, you know, 12 of those going on at the same time. That's a little too thin. That knee is going to really carry this. Actually, let me turn off this part while I shape this up. Like, I've always taken it that any sort of get X item is just meant to be done while you're doing other crap. Unless it's like, you know, a special, like, oh, hey, we need to get the carbuncle's gallbladder. You need to get 4 of them to make this cure. And then that's like plot related and you go out into the area. I mean, like, I still don't do a lot of side quests. Unless they really interest me or they're just like there. I think, like, of all the side quests, the Majora's Mask one kind of like broke the game for me. It's like, oh, I did all this and now the boss of the game is a joke. And that would kind of like, do I really want to keep doing side quests if this is what keeps happening? Sure, I do more, but it takes all the fun at the end of the game. Anyways, JRPGs were also actual JRPGs are very weird with it because I'm thinking of Final Fantasy IX right now, where, you know, you have the speedrun quest. Back leg knee. And that's not total ball at all. And then you have stuff that's like literally you do a little bit of plot thing, you don't get a special weapon. But you get, like, you know, good weapons, like, you know, an elixir or two, and like that's useful, and then, you know, some character moments. That's what you're playing JRPGs for. Yeah, yeah. Like, making them an optional thing that doesn't, like, ruin the game by giving you, like, possibly a too powerful weapon too early. Because that's the weird thing with, like, the bonuses you get from a quest reward. If you're getting an actual weapon out of it, and it's not powerful enough, it feels like a disappointment. But if it's too powerful, it kind of felt like, oh, that was a necessary thing I needed to do. That's how I view it. Anyways. Stuff that gets, like, really useful things, as I said before, elixirs. Very useful. It's not going to break the game because you're going to hoard them on accident anyways. But you go like, oh, maybe I could actually use one for once. Back foot. How do I make back foot? Okay, so it's going to just ease down into it, and then you get toe. And this comes up about here. What color today? Well, it's going to be purple at the end. By transitive properties. Okay. I mean, yeah, but have you ever actually beat Majora with the Fierce Deity mask? It feels like a joke. I mean, like, you could choose not to put it on, but the game practically tells you to. Okay, and then we have toe. Though, as somebody put, Majora's Mask actual fight is a choose your own difficulty based on if you put masks on or not, because trying to beat Majora as Deku Link is impressive. Okay. Now, the only thing I could, like, think of doing optional content that it makes sense is like in Star Ocean 2. If you do enough optional content, you make the actual boss of the game an uber boss. Like, I think it was fluffed as, like, you're literally turning off his limiters because you find his daughter who has been, like, you know, who even, like, just goes on to say, like, yeah, keeping him a little in check. And then, like, you progress the quest and he kidnaps her or something. It's been a long time. And that's true. Though a lot of games haven't been doing that lately. I always love the aspect of... I mean, half my content I consume on the YouTubes is challenge runs. And can you beat it with this? And the answer usually is yes, because they'll find a glitch or something. But the interesting is like, no, you can't because of this reason. That's when you know you found a good person. It's like, no, you can't actually do it. But let me show you how far you can get. And then they find out, like, 4 months later, because somebody actually goes like, no, actually you can do this one weird obscure thing and get past it. And then they get to make another video. And then you're all enlightened. And all is good in the YouTube world. I mean, not really, but you get my point. I love the, excuse my language, the bullshit you can do. The worst thing that happened to Square is that they bought out Enix. I will go to my grave saying that, because it's true. They bought out their competition, and they didn't need to try anymore. Okay, it's just... She's looking a little too wide. Let me see. I think I might be making her a little too... Well, no, this is also, as I have to remember, is in like 7 proportion. I'm making Miki cute. I think I need to bring these in a bit, though, and then I need to shave the body here. Like, I think right about here, I'll be missing a little bit of butt fang, but that's probably not going to be shown. This is always going to be shown. Why am I so obsessed with the butt fang? Because it's funny. I unironically think butt fangs in models is hilarious. The fact that it's called butt fang is... It amuses me. I need no more reason. Whoop. Clean this up. I mean, there are ways you can plan it, like, you design the game around just using the skills, and then you just have your basic weapon. Like, basic weapon and all that. Like, Final Fantasy IX is kind of a masterclass in that, because it uses the standard JRPG, hey, this gives a plus 50% situation bonus. And we don't have them additive, we have them stack. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was turning this on. Yeah, okay, that is on. Oop. But if you design the game around... how should I put it? Okay. One thing that games do is let's just call this basic attack power. And this is just defense. Oh god, please turn off for a second. Stabilizer, no. And what games can do, I mean, like, I've done this before, is that you plot a graph of what's needed, of like just raw numbers, and then you figure out how much expected health and how to make something more difficult by taking like what that damage would do and basing your enemy's HP off of it. So it's technically a three-dimensional graph, but this gets you basic expected damage per attack. And Undead Darlings on the back end, they discussed that they did not actually design boss, enemy, and health around basic attacks. They built it on you using their exploit system and using combined attacks. So it was pretty much give this many rounds and you're doing this many attacks using the game. Actually, I think they also put it in hard mode too. Using the game's hard mode, which it does a little bit of damage multiplier and HP multiplier, to figure out how they wanted the enemy's stats to be. And I think that's a good way to back propagate the feel you want, because if you don't have the abstract like platforming games where you can bounce on Bowser's head 5 times and bounce on mid-boss's heads 3 times, you need to have an expected turn count. Otherwise, you're going to have battles that feel too quick or battles that just linger on far too long for no good reason. And also the thing in JRPGs and RPGs in general, when they don't take it away from you, is you kind of choose your own difficulty by grinding or not. Like, people say they hate grinding, but people also don't engage with the systems that are presented to them. Like, a lot of games you can ignore, or JRPGs, you can ignore the weakness system unless it's a mandatory fight for that, where you just, like, level up to level 9999 on the first screen, and then you just curb stomp the rest of the game by doing basic attacks. So yeah, there's that. I mean, some games like try to take that away to keep the player from doing that, but then the player gets stuck and they don't understand the current combat, and then they stop playing the game. Or the current boss. And they just like, oh, I have to level up more, but I can't level up. What do? Put down controller. Okay, anyways, back to this. I think this is a little too thick. But yeah, I will go on record saying that you should be able to grind your way out of a tough spot in a game. It's not really as much as a downside as people make it out to be, because it serves a purpose. It's not like, oh, I want you to spend 2 hours hitting the slime. Like, hey, you didn't get it, and there's also the weirdness of some people like grinding. I mean, I complain about getting too powerful and like curb stomping it, but some people want to do the power fantasy. And that leaves it as an option to them as their own difficulty choice. Which I guess is good. It's just everybody's going to go like, oh, you can get more powerful by grinding, and then assume the default is grinding. Like Dragon Quest games. You don't actually need to be that high of a level to beat all the Dragon Quest things. Like, except for Dragon Quest like maybe 1 and 2. The originals. The remakes are their own weird beast. They practically don't even resemble the original game. I think the remake of 1, it has you still being a solo character. But it gives you all the sort of like weird options from later games. Like boomerangs and all that, which I guess is to be expected. But then they also give you the grouping system of like 2, so that those games can work. So you're one guy fighting like 5 or 1 to like 8 enemies at a time. It's like, that's not Dragon Quest 1. Coming from a person that looks at Dragon Quest sprites far too often. It's kind of the epitome of JRPG to me. Anyways. Yeah. I think another thing is that a need for the system to be new. Well, not new. To be, how do I put it? Different, I guess, is a word to use. Like, what's the game system I'm thinking of? Because there's a lot of games. Roguelikes fall into this a lot, where they make the game practically for people who have gotten bored of their game. I like think Stone Soup all the time, where they got rid of like the only choices that newbies played, because that's the wrong way to play. You're supposed to re-roll an int 8 elf archmage, and that's how you play. Or if you're too good at the game, you play as a tentacle land squid or a cat with 9 lives. And that's what I kind of get with the current development. They don't have a snappy system that feels good to play. They have a system that might interest people who have gotten bored of the system they want to make for you. That they're thinking of making for you. Whoops, wrong one. Anyways. Like, for all I kind of, like, have a problem with, like, I need to properly get into Expedition 33. I've watched some things on it, and, like, I've heard people talk about it, and one of the things that turns me off is that, as it's been put, the parry and, like, extra damage attacks is a pivotal part of it. Like, that's a great part of JRPGs, an option for them that's been in here since Paper Mario and like Mario RPG. However, as people have put it, as long as you get good at that, you can ignore the rest of the system. And there's actually more of a system there that like you don't need to bother with because it's not as good as just learning how to do the timing for the parries and blocks and extra damage. Why learn about how to do proper buff cycles or when to throw out the spike damage when you could just parry and critical attack? Yeah. Anyways. Oh! As I'm going into 12 different things at once. So I have a terrible addiction to crowdfunding stuff. I haven't posted a lot of my hauls in a while, but there has been one that's... Oh, one second. Let me get this in here so I don't have issues later. There we go. There we go. Oops. Let me... Oh yeah, just make an enemy that notices you're doing that the entire game and then just starts screwing with you. Like only one system RPGs I've ever seen acknowledges that you have played so well that you've made yourself invulnerable is the SMT games and like some of the Persona ones. Because they'll enter pissy boss mode and just like, yeah, so I have an almighty damage that bypasses everything. Eat it every turn. I mean, there's a skill to that, but it's just like... Yeah, it might be. It's just like it feels bad to like invalidate the rest of the game because of a base mechanic. Oh, what is it that I think of? I can't remember who did this comic, and I don't have no idea how to come up with it. But like the old joke was like it was giving like XCOM or Fallout or whatever, and it just said like 100 or like 80% to hit. It's like, where's the depth of this system? This is boring. Why would I want to play this where it's just like, oh, you have one option all the time? And then it showed like, 60 for double damage, and then like 80%, and then like over here like 40% and disable and all that. It's like, why would you go for anything but headshots? You're an idiot if you do anything else, because it just makes the fight take longer. The human need to optimize the fun out of anything because humans love their optimization. Yeah, status is king in SMT in the Persona series. Okay, anyways, okay. I think what's throwing me off is I would usually have like a curve on this because it's the collarbone and it's like, I say. Also, let's shrink that neck a little bit. Whoop. AirPod. Whoop. Okay, let's get the arms in here. So we would have, on top of the shoulders, this is such a weird model to me. These aren't going to move too much. Forward arm. What was it getting? Oh, yes. Let me look this up on Backer Kit because Kickstarter has enabled Backer Kit so much because they don't have good ways to actually ship to get surveys and do stuff that Backer Kit became involved in Kickstarter as where Kickstarter campaigns go to actually figure out how to ship crap. That Backer Kit just went, why don't we just handle the campaigns ourselves? Twilight... Yeah, it's Twilight Sword. Yep, Twilight Sword. So, Twilight Sword wants to be Zelda, the tabletop. It wants to be, like, it really bad. And it has some ideas in there. And one of the ideas is like, hey, you have two options when you make a defense roll. You can, like, dodge or block. And that like kind of becomes like, isn't that like a no-brainer? You just pick the best one. It's like, yes, therefore some enemies have attacks that are so fast you can't dodge them, and enemies also have attacks that are so damaging or heavy that you can't block them. It's like, basic RPG or basic JRPG mechanics. I like this. Also, I forget if that's the one where it wants you to generate the game as you move along. Like, literally, here's a pile of cards of the area that, of the next area you're going to slot in. Like, the current area is like, I want to travel west. Okay, let me flip over a hex from the pile and put it there. That's the next area we're going with. I guess the enemies are now in this range now or something. But, yeah, I might have to play with that a bit. It's not the, 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. Because I have physical books. I like my physical books. Did I bring that upstairs? I think it went upstairs. 1 second. Nope, can't find it. There was another one that tried real hard, but wanted to make it more video gamey that used basic caltrop system. When I say caltrop system, I mean D4s as a dice pool. There's a trend of that for like a couple years. It kind of went away for obvious reasons. But that one very much wanted to be video game, the tabletop. Which I like. I like the idea of people trying to do that. And also I could steal as much information as possible. But it really required the DM to make an actual Zelda dungeon. Because it's going to put in, like, you know, the Zelda item in there for somebody to pick up and use and also solve the puzzles with. Which, I mean, I honestly like, but there's no, like, how to generate it, here's thoughts on it. It's kind of a half-baked, yeah, it'd be nice if you could actually just do this. It's like, yeah, it would be nice. Can you elaborate? That'd be cool. Okay, that is at this level, so like about here. Anyways. The only thing I don't like about the Twilight Sword, and I know why they did it, because they don't want to have a one-to-one to Zelda. They make Gorons giant penguins. I don't know what it is with games like just making a penguin race besides lol random spoon. But penguin races show up more often than I'd like. Upper arm, forearm. 1 second. Twilight Sword. I mean, like, it's not hard to just, like, refluff everything. Campaign's done, but you can pick it up. Also, it's a D12 system, which is a very rarely done thing. And I think it changes a little bit. Okay, 1 second. I'm bringing it over. I know about the Enfield penguins, and also your main character basically being one. Let's see, blah blah blah. They say human, but they actually mean Hyrulean? But what do you expect? And you know, you have your small race of cats and whatnot. I'm less opposed to that because all sorts of Japanese games love having their little furry mascot. You can also just refluff it. Having actual like Onis and whatnot is kind of cool. Like the demon ones. They're basically being the Garuda. Because, you know, the Garuda are kind of a little evil aligned. Just a bit. I don't know. It's maybe because they were planned to birth the demon lord pretty much. And then, you know, you totally not Vivian here, but your constructs, because those have to show up. And they're just like the penguins. And like, the rest of them kind of work. Is like, this just seems hyper focused. It's like the Duckmen in Dragonbane and in what's that one Chaosium game? Dragon's Past, the one that's based off of. Like, I don't know. It takes me out of it. And I think they added like 2 more to this as well. I have to look at my early release of that stuff. Anyways. Yeah, they're Gorons. Actually, you are right. They don't have the Zora one. Because I remember people trying to do projects of this in the past, and like, it's not hard. Oh, also, I kind of think of like the mischievous cat people as like possibly Deku related ones. Because they fill the same niche of the small, mischievous thing. I'm going to need to fix that face a little bit. Or that head. You know, I'm going to have this go straight up. Let's see. How long should this be? About here to here. And that is 57. Because Deku are like mischievous. Well, Majora's Mask shows how much of a dick they can be. So about here. I think it's funny that Majora's Mask made them shrewd businessmen. It's kind of hilarious. Okay. Have this come out a little bit. And then go up here. Maybe shave this down a little bit for the wrist. Boom. And right here. A little too small? Possibly. Let's go off of here and there. Shoot us in the right order, or we'll just reset. Haha. I kind of remember that, but I don't remember the fire traps being so near them. I just remember them like selling you a wooden shield in the Dango dungeon. Front hand. I just found it funny because they can't sell you anything else because this wasn't Breath of the Wild. Here's a million different shields because they're going to break in 5 hits. I mean, they probably did that as a design choice because they know you're going to break them all. So if they didn't do that, you just wouldn't have a shield, and you'd have to like go back to town and all that. And that was a player, you know, quality of life. But yeah, in context, it makes them seem like, yeah, a real dick. It gave them personality, though. Yeah, yeah. It's just, you know, also in Majora's Mask, they gave them a lot more personality with having a whole kingdom. So you could talk to more and then having them all travel around and literally sit on, literally just squat on places and going like, you need this, right? Give me a bunch of money. Make me a trade. I want to go home and see my wife. Whoop. Whoop. There we go. Anything odd? Yes. Boop. And let's move these two up. Just so it isn't as odd. That'll be fine. I know the the genius El Presidente has a big brain, but whoops, turn that on for a second. But she doesn't have a 7 head. 5 heads are sold, you know, 3 years ago. It's leveled up. Okay, I might have to give a little bit of shape to, like, add to it, but I think that's good for right now. Now for the other arm. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to cheat so bad for this one. So this one, I have to actually make the back arm. In the back, I know. Back upper arm. We might as well color coordinate it. I miss the mirror tool. Chat, I miss the mirror tool. Okay. You know what? We're doing this. And then we're going to make it skinny. So we have a little bit here. And then we go down a little past the bottom of her breast. So like right about here. And we know B is for betrayal, so we can't have B cups. We have to have another one. Copy. Paste. Do you see my vision? Do you see the cheating? Oh, behold. How scandalous. Oh, you need a ton of money in that. Like, trying to have all the money you need for endgame requires very specialized strategies of how do I maximize this? Oh, this is going to be a hard one because I have to like have this in front of the face and all that. Yes, this is out here for her, but I'm going to have them move, so I need to have it have a more up and down default. So the tilts don't get weird, because tilting that to be up and down looks very weird, because it still has the jaggy edges. But tilting this sideways doesn't trigger that problem. Or to 45 doesn't trigger that problem, because like, yeah, it's a straight edge. Okay. Now let's give her a tail, because she's a cat girl. Cat girls need their tails. Whoops. Backhand. I also don't think I've ever explained why I do it as clown vomit. So I can tell the parts apart. That's literally it. So I can tell them apart, I can figure out where I need to work a bit more on them, and then like move things around about them all being peach. Also, YouTube cares less. A back arm. Oop, backhand should be in there. Okay, let's begin on the tail. Okay, tail base. I'll actually do this as black so that I can only give it like highlights later. So she, oh yeah, because this comes down underneath her skirt. So like somewhere back here, she is literally flashing everyone. How tall is she? How tall is Momo? It has to have her height in it, doesn't it? Do we have a height? 5'2". So, little on the tinier side. She's not at the 5 line, so she's not exactly flashing everyone. What I'm saying is the shorter you get, the shorter the skirt can get, and then it still doesn't matter. Right here. Putting that out there for a second. Okay. You know, what am I doing? Rib. There we go. How thick is that? Is it as thick as her arm? It is about 3/4 as thick as her arm. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Desane. Alright, and this goes down. Like so. And as I said, I was basically going to just use some distortion. How high does it go? It goes up to her shoulders when it curves. So, like, up to here will be just one thing. Tail middle. So, like, right here. Tail end. Where it just comes down like this. Maybe even make it a little furry on the end. Is that too far out? No, I think that's about right. I'll add the bow and stuff later. That's a little too puffy. I mean, puffy tails are fine, but... Cool. I think that's usable. Now we can actually start making it look like Miki and start actually doing proper coloring. The Meek Kitty. Okay. First off, just mostly just to get... I don't have a good color to use. All this in. Now, one second. They don't have other references up at all. Almost goes completely out on her forearm. Like, right about there. So therefore, it's right about here. Aha. Move that up a little bit. Boop. How purple were we? More of a lavender. So just drag this up and drag this a little more towards red. Or blue? Yes, blue. Never to be seen, but we know they're there. The one thing with using smoothing that I'm still not used to because I don't use it a lot is the loss of all precision. I think that's enough. Anyways. Oops, I moved that slightly. Why am I going through with this? You'll see. Boom. As I said before, this isn't going to be moving too much. So, once I have this, with the power I am YouTube safe. It's a swimsuit. Totally, it's a swimsuit. If this were Twitch, I'd have to, like, you know, put a hot tub in the background. Now we're seeing some issues that we have to solve because now we can see them. Yeah, I think this is just a little too... And this tapers in a little too soon. So if we bring this out here and go like this... Maybe even move this up just a bit. Like, it isn't matching the original model anymore, but oh well. Such is life. Ooh. Little knobby. There we go. Oh, wait. I see a problem going to happen. This needs to be cut off way earlier, because this is going to be rotating, so it's going to be really weird when something pokes out. So I'm going to cut it in half about here, and diagonal cut it here. Probably the same thing's going to happen over here. Yeah. So this can be cut out, and this is going to be cut at an right here at an angle, because don't want it. When this turns and twists, we don't want a little bit of a corner poking out. And this looks bad, but it's a sock, so I am going to go and do a little bit of that to it. There we go. Oh, I missed a spot. Okay. Now we can actually start making it look like Miki. First off, I'm going to give an outline to this head. I don't know how much I'm going to have this move because it's a non-standard model and I don't have the tricks for that up my sleeve right now. I might do shading later. Oh yeah, I need to add a little bit of... You don't see it. Well, she doesn't really have it because, you know, skinny girl, but... let's actually move the head and neck down a little bit. They're a little... Well, I don't need to move the neck down. Yeah, that makes it look better. Okay, anyways. What's Miki's eye type? Pretty much around. Blonde eyelashes. Blondish. They're not black like usually it is. I mean, there is a little bit of black there, but they're splitting the difference. I'm going to add this for a second, though. Head guide. The crown of head is up here. That's probably a little too far. Not far enough. Right there. And oops. That can go down like that. Cool. Now I'm going to start with the right one first and then flip it over. And as I said, Miki isn't anything too out there. It's actually, her model's a bit more round on this. This makes her look a little more bratty. You push this down a little bit more, a lot more bratty. I'm not saying she's a Moblob, but the Moblob is like that. She's just like normal personality baked into eyes. She can be either way and come off as that. Okay, how much of her face is it? Air vents. Wow, it's big enough that her eyes aren't... Okay. So I think I brought it up before that like anime eyes like having oval eyes so that you don't have crazy eyes all the time. Miki's at the point where like if the eyes come down a little bit, you get the crazy eye by default. That's a little interesting. And this is a little too big. We're playing it by ear, but I think that's a little too big. I think that works. Okay, and then we duplicate this. Whoop. And we bring it over here. Good luck. Well, which death? Blue death or red or purple? Is it purple death or is it blue death? Either way, or the red deaths. I know Momo is like a weird head-on, but I think this eye should be a little more skewed. Good luck. I think like some of the cheese I've seen is just to have like 3 clock hands. So that you can basically permanently stun them if your deck's set up right. Because you can't out-block their damage. I don't think there's like a way to really do that. Unless there's a card I haven't found that just like negate one attack. I need to play more of that. However, things came up. Okay, I think that works. Eye whites. We're going low calories, so we're not having eye yellows. Right eye? Miki's green. Really green. I'll take this, but I don't think it's as saturated. Like, we'll bring this down to like 50, and we'll increase this up to 80. How about 70? That's a little more saturated than that. Yes, I can pick, which I am going to do just to see how far off I am. No, not bad. It's more 50, 70. I think that was more 80. I don't think it's really going to matter if I shift the hue. Like 82. Okay. So as I was saying, she has a weird issue where her eyes are basically, you can get crazy eye. Crazy eye is when you can see the top of their whites. Or the whites, you can see them at the top of their eye. It's like they flare up their eyelids, which is very much a human analog of burying your fangs as an ape. Of saying you're threatening. And if people just do that unconsciously, it's not a great thing. Okay, let's duplicate this. And we drop that down one. And we're going to squish... Oh, wait, I should have... Why am I... Yep. Grip. Finish the eye. Okay, we have that type of system going on. By system, I mean there's no actual pupil going in there, and it's technically the same color. I don't know about that highlight style. It might look better in motion or like partially closed eyes. Anyways. 49? 60? Like, I may have my opinions, but I'm in the general, like, most stuff works, surprisingly. As long as it's fit for the purpose. Yeah, we have this, sort of ring around there. And then we have that as a middle. Oh, this is a rare Does she do it? Oh, it doesn't. Okay, they have proper shine going to one direction. Okay, anyways. I'm going to be having it go from the top right because top right is everything. Well, should I make her more like Momo? 1 second. I think I'm going to do that by first cheating to win by, you know, doing this. And then I'm going to thin the heck out of her iris and, like, extend this up. This is a kitty. I don't know. The sort of striking... I know this is more of the style of that, but I kind of like it here. Also, the reason why I'm not doing ears yet is I have to get the hair on there because it's a very, well, important part of cat ears. Of what the hair is obscuring or not. Okay. Let's put that here. And it comes down. I am going to keep the bottom highlight like they have. Congratulations, you have defeated death. Now everyone will live forever in misery as their bodies decay forevermore. Okay, cool. Let's go with that. Ba-ba-ba. Left eye. So here's where it gets tricky because we have to bring this down. I'm going to line this up. And then I need to do something to shrink it horizontally. Well, let's see what it looks like if I just cheat. Boop, boop. I expected that. I didn't expect it to come back. Oh yeah, Memorial Day is on Monday. I'm hearing the bikers that always come out on Memorial Day. They just drive through town. I don't know if there's a place they're going to, or if it's just they drive through town. I'm not a biker, don't ask me. I don't think you can hear it, I can just feel the rumbling. Does that look right? No, I can do this. Does that help? If I push this over, because technically the light is going to be reflecting more off here, because like this is more further back. I think I'll just have to go with it. Whoops, don't want that. Eye group. Alright, we put that away for now. Next step is the eyelids, because how else are we going to have eyelashes? Right open eyelash. Technically this model doesn't have eyelids because I just changed the eye whites because that's a cleaner approach for me instead of making stuff have the eyelid to cover it over. I've done that in the past. I don't think it works as well. Okay, what kind of yellow are we dealing with? This is Lower luminosity. I mean, it's yellow, so it's kind of always high by default. Not too much saturation in there. Let's say... Oh, it's yellow, so it's hard. 65 luminosity. You know, it might be 70 saturation. Okay, let's see. 85 and 92. Yeah, as I said, it's hard to think of because it's so young. Like, what did I say? 60 and 80. I mean, that kind of works, but no. Okay. I'll get there one day. And either way, it's going to be more strange for that. It's going to be, lower. Anyways. Actually, let's put some hair down just so I have it as reference. Front hair. What'd I say? 90, 87 and 97. I don't like those numbers. So let's go with 90 and 80. That blend in too much? I think it needs to be a bit darker. 70. There we go. That stands out on here. I mean, there will be... She doesn't have an outline. But she's also, you know, pure white. Anyways. So she has straight bangs, so this will be fine. Whoop, 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 whoop. Maybe 80 will work. Oh, wait, 1 second. I forgot something. Sorry, I had to move some ground bullvine into the fridge. Otherwise, it will not thaw out for tomorrow. Or for Monday. Yeah, that'll work. The eyebrows will be up here. Anyways. So we have this color. We are going to make it darker. And a lot more desaturated. Well, they can thaw in the freezer, but then you thaw out everything else in the freezer. You save on your electric bill, though. Okay, let's do it as my standardish 2s. Does she have a lot? Yes. I don't want to start eating it because I'll cook it all up and then I might eat it all by like in tomorrow. Then I won't have any for Monday. I mean, there's no reason for me to care, but it's the principle of the thing. They're just for myself. I don't usually do the lower thing down here, and this doesn't stand out. Momo doesn't even have it either. No, actually, can we gull wing this a bit? That looks like a little much. Let's go with that. It's the position. It's the... As I said, I am very much practiced with the whole board on here. Let's turn on the eyes just to see. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bump this down to 60 and 40. Actually, more like 20. Bump this down to like 40. Just so I can have a darker shade on here. Let's see if this helps. Turn this off for a second. I really want a hotkey for that. I'll wear it out on my keyboard. It'll be great. That's too much. We look at this at 100. Like, you can see the line, but you can't see the rest of this. I mean, I can make the rest of this like that. But she doesn't have dark eyelashes. It's just, it's a different thing. I say. I was thinking if I could, like, outline it, it might work better, but... I don't think I have the opportunity to do that. Let's go with that. As for Monday, I had the thought. I will say I have another thing to think about. In the rare instance, actually, somebody responded like, hey, I want to do this. It's like, yeah, here, fine. Here's the sheets. You're good to go. So that moves them to the top of my list. I am quite easy in that regard. Because otherwise, it's just me doing whatever. And I had the thought, the most terrible thought of, you could do that on Monday. I'm not doing it on Monday. I think I learned from the other week. I wish to have a day where I sit and watch YouTube videos as well as clean my house a little bit. The house needs cleaning. The spiders are winning. I don't like the spiders winning. I know they always win in the end, but it doesn't mean I can give up on that. Let's have it curve up this way. Oops. I mean, there's also the problem, well, I live in a unique place, or well, not that unique. I live in a place that the spiders do have some fear in them. Because the basement is filled with their zombified counterparts. So I have that type of mold that isn't like bad to humans, but will slowly infect a spider until it becomes a fluff ball. So I do have a biological weapon on my side. It's a very tense truce. I'm going to look that up, actually. Fungus that infect spiders. Behold. Turn away if you can't take it. Yeah, my basement just kind of has these guys everywhere. It's a common soil fungus, actually. It's just if you're in the right conditions, it zombifies spiders. Spooky. Kitty. Okay. Okay, so she has side locks. I'll get into that later, but let's move on to more fun things. Right side lock. Not to be confused with Psylocke, the X-Men. He is an X-Men, right? Not to be confused with Floorlock, which is probably an X-Men. Okay, there we go. Just thinking. Just thinking, make it red first. You're going to give it an outline later because this is too close to her skin color. Probably actually just use that as the outline, to be honest. Okay, that comes up to the inner corner of her eye. Oh, interesting. Okay, and we are making our McDonald's arch right here. Come in. Side lock. Whoop. And have this go all the way up. Make the hair vents there. And I think we have a little bit of... Ah. You must establish that you live there. Maybe you can get the cat to sit in your lap. I'm trying to remember if the cat I was kind of tasked with, because it came with the trailer, liked to sit in my lap. I know it did a few times. What it liked to do was as soon as I would go to bed, I would hear it run across the entire place in order to sleep next to me. That was always a thing. Like, it just sprint. Like, oh, time to sleep. Somewhere else. Sometimes you get cats that don't care, that have, you know, probably double the mutation that makes them mildly tolerate a person being around them. Because that's what causes, like, cats to not be feral, is that they have that mutation where they just don't care that giant ape is around them. Giant, unpredictable ape. Okay, how's this going to work? Let's just flip it and see. Now I have to look up his Psylocke in X-Men. Oh wait, did I get it wrong? Oh yeah, it is an X-Men. Okay. X-Men. Warlock. I was right. Well, I think the thing is like, they see you as that because of the mutation. That's like, I think, some of the theory on it. Because there's no reason that a cat should tolerate your, a giant ape's being around them. I say. How am I going to do this? This is in front of her face, so I can just keep it on the front layer. Woo. Not that much. Cheat to win. Well, the thing with dogs is that they're effectively kept as puppies mentally forever. It's like kind of a sad thing when you realize it. That the reason people like dogs so much is that they're kept as like a puppy mentality and they never grow up. Cats aren't quite like that. The reason why I say like that is because grown wolves and such don't have the panic attacks that dogs have when the person leaves the house. That's more puppy anxiety, as well as some of the other things. Also, like cat raising is, very much the mother leaves for extended periods of time. Take care of yourself. Okay, this needs to be a little lower because of the head tilt. Simple. This is sort of looking like Subaru from Dot Hack. Okay, anyways. I should really... I never finished the original PS2 Dot Hack games. Ooh, bagel. Why is my camera slowly turning? I mean, I'm slowly turning, but the camera shouldn't slowly turn. I made one revolution. Oh no, I made 2 revolutions, if you haven't noticed. Loading in space. This seems a little thicker, so I'm going to chop this off. Boop, boop. Compensate now. I bring it up because the one VTuber, the one that I did the... Oh yeah, they very much do. I mean, that was their whole, like, purpose. One Chuba that I know of who likes her... Jesus Christ, what did she play? I did, it's Momo, Monet? I'll just look it up. I should just do a full one of her at some time. Screw it. 1 second. She's going to have a reference. Monet? Mono Monet. From V for Maria. No, you don't put your reference at top. And shocker, she also draws art. It's like it's a thing. VTuber Wikia. Please. Okay. Here we go. Give me the refs. I need the ref. Oh, these are tiny refs. Why do you do this to me? Are you safe? Well, your outfit's safe for YouTube. The reference is safe for YouTube. She's an interesting case of stuff. She does some artistry, and she does DJing. She actually just put out a thing from like 2 years ago, I think it was, where she did a demo on basic DJing, but does she have the giant paintbrush with her? No. Her DJ outfit, which has internal bouncing to the rhythm. I'll just put it that way. And I believe it had a toggle to put, like, you know, hand to the ears and all that. But I had done the, you put out a song that I liked, so I'm hunting it down. Why do I do this to myself? You're doing an 8-hour stream, that's why. I guess that checks out. Boop, 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 boop. This little thing. I'll link the song, but I don't know. I wanted to do it. Where I did that based off of her original song. Mute this. Okay, it's muted hard. There we go. Yeah, because this was the first video that came up. She does have that toggle, as you would expect. I should just do a full model at some point, but I'm getting off track, but I don't care. Yeah, she has the thing up. Do-do-do-do. Videos. Flashbanging myself with my own stream. Okay. Oh no, that was wrong thing. I lost it. 1 second. Get back to it. Reopen tab. Copy, copy. Copy as pasted. And that was the song that I had based that off of there. Listen if you want. Check her out. But yeah, she's going through the Dot Hack series. And I think I only got to the third, or to the start of the third one. So it'd be a nice thing to possibly just have in the background, of have somebody who really, really likes the Dot Hack series gush about it for, you know, 8 hours a chunk. Well, I think she does more like 5. Okay, and I think we could finish this off. We don't need the complete hair cap for this, but it might help. Because I don't think I'm going to have a lot of turning on this model. It's going to be more of my sprite rig. My simple rig. That's just the feeling I'm having, which is fine. Hair cap. Room. Oh wait, I didn't even bring up the really weird old game she had. Da. It's probably like a year ago. I'm unable to tell time, so... Do. I think it was after she played Incredible Crisis. Unless it got nuked, which I doubt, because why would it get nuked? It was like one of the first rhythm games to come out, and it basically used a vector line style for everything. Maybe it was before that. There it is, okay. Vib Ribbon. Because I've only heard of this game once or twice. It is, a very early PlayStation game. When I say vector art, I mean it's just because everything's lines and filled in textures. It has no spriting. I'm not even sure if it has sprite fonts. I think it just generates the letters from primitive lines. And as I said, it's a rhythm game that can I see? I think this is it. Where this is like the stage and it has the music in the background. And you have to push a certain button to the beat to, you know, get past the obstacle. Or else you take a hit. It's a very primitive thing, and it's a bizarre piece of history to me. So the fact that somebody actually played it, I find quite nice. Okay, anyways, back to this. Rome. Oh, no, I don't know if she played... I think she played Rez, but no, this was... Yeah, that's the thing. I think I brought it up before, or at least in other places, that the older games could do that stuff because there was no proper animation system. There was no, like, bones. Well, there was bones to a degree. I will say on that, there was, like, bones to a degree, but not like what we have now, where it actually causes issues on making things expressive, and we have to, like, literally rewrite systems to extend them. Because, like, the animations were just like, here's all your coordinates, now move it relative to a origin. And that's how you got animations. That's why, like, models were so cheap. Okay, I think I can get rid of this now. To the void. Well, not yet. It was like, how do you do it? I don't know, just get it done. Okay. Okay, I don't need to worry about... Oh, does she have a... Drop this down a shade more. Like, it's how I work now at this point in time, where it's just like, just get something to work. I no longer care about how people want to have things work. I wish to get it done in as few steps as possible. I do not wish to have 7 classes in order to make a ping change from one ping to another. That is antithetical to what I want to do. I think that's fine. Even if they're paying me, they probably don't care. Like, there's the whole maintenance thing that comes up, but as long as you document the stuff... It's like the one thing that gets me with, like, people, like, pushing Git as, like, being collaborative things. Nobody collaborates on Git. One person checks out the file and then works on it. If you have 7 people working on the same file, there's something bad happening. Because you're going to take, like, half a day to smush them all together anyways. Like, something bad's happening, and if multiple people need to tackle it at the same time, why is that all in one file? Is that, like, just a huge thing? Anyways. Boop, boop. The only thing I like about Git is that you can, if you could get the people to actually, show up and like do your pull requests, oh wow, you get feedback and you don't have to have multiple systems and like here on this line, look at this and do da 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 da. That's all the thing I'll say. That like, yeah, that's pretty nice for Git. Everything else is just like pain, suffering, and can somebody just please look at this so I can like, push out a critical bug? The answer is generally no. I think this needs to be a bit higher or this needs to be a bit lower. Given I like McDonald's arches, this needs to be a bit higher. Okay. I'll be here. I am not going anywhere. So I might scarf down some day-old pizza at some point. I do have this selected though. Okay, cool. Boop, boop. That's all filled in. Let's fix this slightly. Cool. I think that works. Let's fix this hair. Outline me, Captain. Now, as I said, this might be more of a simple setup, so I might not have to worry about sorry, I'm brain a little bit as I fix this up. About moving the head a lot, which is going to be useful. What do I do with our twin drills? Okay, I think the hands would come in front of them. So they're going to be behind the hands, which means this is going to suck. Which also means I could just put it and mask it over it anyway so I don't have to care. I think I'm going to go the route where I care less. Okay, I think I'm going to have to make these red for a second. So this comes off top of her head, like right about here. And where does it end? It ends at a little under shoulder length, so it'd be like down here. Oh yeah, this is following her chest. Okay, like why is there a giant junk? Oh yeah, because that's the edge of the swimsuit top. Yeah, swimsuit top. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. And so it'd be dangling like right down here. And it comes out past shoulder length, so something like... Okay, let's turn you back on. Smoothness. Save my inability to draw straight lines. So to start off with, I don't need to even think about the drill. I just need the shape of the outline of the drill. And then I can work from there and cutting stuff out of it. So the thing with this is that technically it's all coming from this one point, so it should have like hair falling out, then going into this. So that means it goes like this until we reach a point where the drill takes over. Something like that. And she has a funny little bit that comes out right here. And now we need to put little dents in this for... I don't know what you'd call it. I don't know what it's called on a drill either. You know the parts I'm talking about where the grooves to pull out the wood. That's literally what it's there for. To pull out the material it's drilling into. There's probably a special name. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 5 of them. Whoops. No, I didn't want that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, make them a little closer. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll have this go in a little bit, and we'll just basically have the dark part behind it. I don't know why I feel like I have practice for making twin drills. Almost like there's somebody I drew decently often that has them. And their specific style has gone to my mind on how much they kind of hurt to do. Okay. And we're going to make them a little more elegant by having them pop out on this side and then recess back in. And then the final one like that. And we're going to have them turn back in with a darker color. But since we're at this stage, we hit it. We're going to grab... Let's use this color. Let's actually be pixel artists and reuse a color. So this is the part I was talking about where it goes in. I'll be putting a hard edge on there. And each one of these is going to have that as it like curves back in. And I don't think we need to have them on the outside. We might need to have that on the inside, but we'll see. So I'm going to outline this now. Boop. We'll fix stuff up later, but right now it's fine. Actually, possibly want to have this going like this. This needs to be turned a little bit more, so have this go down like this and then go up. Rome. There we go. I think one advantage of pixeling this I have over proper artists who actually do models. I don't have to redo a line a million times. So I could just fix it up like this. Okay, these are the ones I want to make interesting. Sometimes I think they make it a little hard on themselves on trying to make the perfect line in a place that may not be cared of. Hair is one of those that probably should care about. But, yeah. It's hard telling what you can what actually is cared about. Was it... I know it was the fake Grand Order's I only know her as Melo-chan. I can't remember the myth. But, had done like the 30-second drawing and the 30-minute, or like the, I think it might have been 3-minute drawing. And then afterwards on the 3-minute, it's like, what artists work on? And it's like, he circles hair and hands. What the client cares about, he circles face and boobs. It's like, yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Like, how many artists are like a... Because I've been trying to think a little harder on that. Where it's... How much am I wasting for my own pride as being pixel art, and how much am I actually would be giving to the imaginary client that I think I might find at some point. But yeah, like... I've been watching a lot of sort of like freelancer business stuff from the artist stuff. You just need to learn how to hide the hands. Yes. Yeah, I do. Remember, I did take art lessons to like actually do stuff. Does this look fine? Let me turn off the grid. I think this part looks better when it's not doing that. Except for maybe down here. If we thin it out a little bit more, I think it works. Yeah. That's the way forward. I'm trying to be too exact to the model, and it's not panning out. I think it's mostly also because of the pose is a little weird. Or like the angle, it's a little weird. Oh, I forgot one. Oh. Like, I watch a lot of... I mean, I watch a lot of people going over old art and stuff. One funny thing... I don't know which artist it was. It's actually somewhat of a modern one. But they, like, showed some animations. Like, yeah, that's pretty good. And then they slow it down. It's like, none of the hand except for the fingertips is drawn. The bodies are janky as heck. But they know, as long as they do, like, these recognizable things in motion, it's all fine. And, like, you could say it's higher quality if every frame was an art piece. But that's also, like, exponentially increasing its cost. I think the other day there was some talk about on these witter of somebody talking about the Disney roll method, where like in animation you hold like 4 pieces of paper and you go back and forth and then just like pencil in the movement as you go through, and you just keep going back and forth for a good amount of time on doing the keyframes for that before you send it off to in-betweeners. But it's such a slow process that creates such high quality work. The guy was a Japanese animator. He said he got chewed out for doing that. Because it's not in their time budget. It's not in their like actual budget. I just always wonder how much of this is unnecessary for what I'm doing. I mean, I work in pixel art. It's a style made by necessity instead of a style made by purpose. The form matches its function. And it's kind of an outdated one, but hey, I like it. Okay. Now then, I have to make this green. So I am going to shift the hue. I'm going to increase this, decrease this, luminosity a little bit so that it doesn't do that. Also probably need to decrease saturation too. Yeah, I think that's fine. That's too much of it. That's not what I wanted. Where are you on the scale? 75. So if I take this yellow and I move it over to 75 of hue, will you be fine? Does it even look... Okay, it does look different. My worry is that, like, I wouldn't be able to tell when it's on two parts. Anyways. Okay. Now I can just move these over to 75 too and change them. That's the dream. Make it feel like it's curving. And then I have to mirror this and feel pain again. I think that works. Let's have a little bit of this. I should stand up for a minute, because it's almost been 2.5 hours. Cool. So, how am I going to mirror this? I could just copy and paste it and then change this to turn this way. I mean, it should flip the other way. If I just duplicate it, call it left twin drill, I flip it, and then I move it down like about here. Does it work? Little high, maybe about here. And that would be behind the hand, but in front of... Yeah, this doesn't have to... I don't have to play with the faces at all. I just need to put this behind... side locks, I think? Same with this one, to be honest. I think it works. It's cheap. Well, you're talking to a pixel artist. My answer is, of course it is. I think if I just shore this up a little bit. Yeah, there. A little bit more. Also jumping back like 20 minutes. I think I should be getting the book on the one game that wanted to do MNO, the RPG. Somewhat shortly. I'll have to check, but yeah. That'll be interesting. I got that one for feels. And if I remember correctly, one of the points on it is like you basically you play as the guild and all your friends. And it's an MMO, so you know, like, they aren't going to die. This isn't .hack. This isn't like some sci-fi throw. This is just like you're playing in a dying MMO, and your health is effectively their interest in the game. That was kind of neat. I think it was like .dungeon or something. Yeah, I do think I grabbed the Final Fantasy MMO stuff. I don't think so. Let me look. A dot dungeon. A dying MMO. Oh yeah, they had a re-release too. Simple character session, 30 original mobs, da-da-da, dungeon generator, da-da-da. I don't think it's... yeah, I don't think it does Blades in the Dark. How would you do Blades in the Dark as a dying MMO? I need to brush up on, Oh, no, I don't think it goes that deep. Like, a lot of the stuff that I find in RPGs on Kickstarters, they always are kind of half-baked. I will be honest on that. It's just kind of a thing that happens that they're half-baked. But, I like the idea. I am a simple scrib. True. No, I'd have to look into it again, but it's not that deep. But this one I actually have to do a lot on. Room. Actually, no, I need to have that little line there. The coom gutters. The vagina bones. Yeah, I don't think I need to go that deep. Okay. Need that one, though. And we need a little bit... I didn't let go. Now I want to think at how you would do, like, Blades in the Dark. There's a few systems I've been looking at. I am possibly going to bite the bullet at some point because it's becoming more popular. Oh wait, a secret world, it means the GMs can actually mess with the players. Gotcha. No, this is more like... You have a guild and you have a group of friends and it slowly falls apart. Like, that's the meat and potatoes of playing in a dying MMO, is that, like, you had friends that were really interested in the game, and now they aren't as interested. And it's like, it's a slow death spiral. And, like, it's, as I said, it's one of the half-baked RPGs, because that's what happens on the Kickstarter. Like, the idea is there. The execution isn't going to be that deep. But I'm there to just, you know, be my little self and go like, I shall consume all the ideas and they will sit in my brain and do nothing for years. I need to fix this up a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm going to take a little more time on drawing this because this is going to be a simple rig. I'm not going to be deforming a lot. Like, the most that's going to happen in deform is that the arms are going to move. And maybe I might have a little bit of shifting on this. And might need to distort this so that it leans a little bit. I, like, literally have a simple rigging tier, or a simple VTuber tier on my thing. And I have no examples for it. I have the one monetization Achi I did. And like, oh no... I know I've done more, but I can't think of them or see them as being worthwhile as putting up there. Technically, there should be more in there, because this should jut out. Scrib, why do you do this to yourself? You're doing an 8-hour stream. There's no escape. Make your time. Okay. Anyways. Speaking of half-baked Kickstarter games, because I thought it was funny, I got, The I actually have two now because this is what happens. I have the Morkborg, Lethal Company, and then I have one guy who just tried to make it work, Lethal Company, as sort of a more mini game than actual RPG. Because I don't even think like you have stats or anything, but you upgrade the hauler, which was actually nice to see them put in some longevity and upgrades into a game. But the one I got, I can't remember it right now. I'd have to look it up. It's sitting upstairs too. Maybe I'll do a stream with that. It has solo rules. The other one, as I said, which is a legit Forbidden Psalm style game, I don't think I could solo. It comes with a campaign which has some hilarious things, such as like you got to turn on the reactor while being in the reactor, and that just, yeah, that's what I expect from the game. A game going off of Lethal Company. I should really do some Forbidden Psalm stuff. It's basically a Morkborg thing. I mean, Morkball is, like, I've done that before. It's the same thing, except it actually, you know, has rules. Proper rules. Okay, let's bring this up here a little bit. For, like, solo player, like, because the Mork stuff, like, you aren't supposed to be fighting an enemy. You're supposed to have, like, your little team of guys that do something, or the Forbidden Psalm stuff. You have your team of guys that do things, and, like, you could have, like, multiple players, like, have their own guy. It's not that deep. It's that simple. But you could also just do it solo. So, it, like, all the enemies have their own very, The enemies either follow the basic rule set, like, the Mork Ball did have that too. Where, like, the enemies follow basic rules, and maybe they have some special things that they do. But since Forbidden Psalm is, like, you know, actually meant to not be to be fully playable and, like, an actual miniature game where you kit bash stuff and take time into it, instead of, like, a kind of one-off joke, and then he made a sequel thing, which I also got. Yeah, anyways. What was I saying? Yeah, that has more meat as long as they follow that standard. And I think it's actually the same guy for Legitimate Salvage, I think was the game name. I'm going to have to check now. I can't remember the other one. Yeah, Legitimate Salvage, a Forbidden Psalm sci-fi game. I might have to give that a try and, like, do the campaign, because you still have to set things up. It's not like you're going to be surprised by what's happening in the campaign, because you have to lay it out yourself. It's not like you have a game master for it, because it's not meant to be a, like, surprise the game. It's more like you have random events in there. And like my Morkborg collection, I have slowly been collecting these. Too big. There was, like, a post-apocalyptic one, which I kind of found interesting, because, like, there's an expected length of the campaign, and, like, you know, not Dawn of the Dead. Oh, what's the game? Left 4 Dead. They have the whole Left 4 Dead idea of, like, the zombies evolving over time, and so you get specialer ones as you go along. That seems kind of neat. Like, I don't know, maybe go through a thing of that. I wouldn't be doing it the proper way, which is, you know, measuring inches on a table. I would just grid it and call it a day. Like I did with the Mork Ball. When's the last time I did something actual RPG-ish on here? Mostly I've been going hard at this because I don't want to think. I want to put down pixels and make cute girl. Make cute girl. Good. Monkey brain happy. So it has kind of heels on it. I am not a shoe connoisseur, so I cannot confirm or deny that's a good idea. Anyways, there is one that I really need to get to that I specifically actually bought to play on a stream, which is the literally they tried to make it as solo working as possible. They didn't go as far out as they wanted to originally, which would be like, oh, we're going to have like unique tiles for like one side and you'd separate them into two things so that you don't know what you might get and you're not like rolling from a book and then like yada 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 yada. They kind of gave up on that one, but still, they have a literal hex crawl you're supposed to go through. I have another book that's kind of like that too, where it's supposed to be like a single player thing. Or a single player, like almost video game hex crawl sort of thing. Because it's based off a video game. That I never played, of course, but you know how it goes. Okay, cool. I think that works. Yeah, my main issue was that, like, I don't think they're the most fun to stream. And I don't think there's not a lot that, like, people can get out of them. They need a little more structure, and I don't know how to do that without just basically DMing myself and literally doing DM prep, which sounds mildly nightmarish. Not the worst, but not something I want to do in the middle of the week. I already do enough in the middle of the week. I've thought of some systems that could kind of do that. Like I brought up in Mythic Magazine because I spend money on it per month because I'm silly. They had ideas of how to run like actual modules. And it basically boils down is like you look through all the events they have in the game and you just put them in a bucket and you pull from them in order to see what happens next and what you need to deal with. And you have to just like kind of put them back in order. And if the game has like acts, you just work within an act until you exhaust that or do it in the areas that it's supposed to happen. That seems like it could work at a larger scale where like I just put in like basic plot things that go on that's in setting and like slap down 10 of them and probably only draw like 4 during running it on stream. I think this needs to be a little more out. This isn't matching in line with like that. That's another thing. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Put bros in shambles. Okay. That's 1 done. Let's hide the front leg for a second. Down the front leg for 1 second so I can get the outline color. Okay, back to... I have that on. Okay, turn that on. Okay, and then we outline that. We put down white in there. We're going to use starting points as a little bit to have this go down, but I think maybe this needs to be a little sharper. The outline is about the same sort of saturation value combination as the skin, which is making this painful. Okay. And put a little more arch in there. There we go. And I'm going to assume it goes out about here. And then we can bring it in as a single solid thing, like so. Boom. Think that goes all the way down? No! Why would you do this to me, devs? Okay, we're going to have two things on here, because this is not going to have any light going into it. And then we're going to also have the outline. Whoops, wrong button. I think that works. A rather underclove Miki. It was inherited a cat girl's butt. Okay. I'm going to stand up for a minute because it's about been 3 hours. So I will be right back. So just give me 5 or 10. Alright, it has been consumed. Bop. I have made 3 rotations. Okay. Back to it. Let's get a mouth on here and a nose. Kind of jumping all over the place with this one, but so be it. Does Miki have a flesh fang? I think she does. I think I'm going to drop it in 1. I usually do it at the same as that, but... They're looking at cat thighs, look at her mouth. I need that nose in there. I can't actually figure out where I'm supposed to do this. Okay, so nose should come down right about here, I'm going to say. I'm going to use this for the rest of the line. No, we need it sharper. Good enough. Okay. Now I can actually figure out where the heck the mouth is. It's halfway below. He says as he checks himself. Oh no. Do I do the full suite of mouths again? What time is it? What else am I doing? I need to do laundry. Sure. Okay. Closed mouth neutral. Okay. Duplicato. Closed mouth group. And this is going to be closed mouth happy. Actually, doesn't Honey Pop actually have a something of a mood? Oh, yes, they do. I can actually reference it. Oh, no. I mean, they... I guess the most happy would be a cat face. Okay. Let's just make a neutral have a little bit of a turn. Like that. Neutral. Happy. Neutral. Happy. Very subtle. Mouth. Sad. I guess it's more frown. Okay, let me reference this, because this is why I actually noticed it. There's just a little bit of turning down on the right side. So if I just go Control V and then do that, does that maybe drop off the edge of that? Sad. Neutral. Smile. Oh, oop, mistakes were made. Mistakes were caught. Okay. Now we could duplicate these. Make the mid group. Turn you off, and let's start at neutral. They have any of just they don't have any flat the mouth open. Pretty standard color. This is the hard one to go off of because it's completely different. Oh, I need to have the streaks. I forgot to put the streaks in there. Oh no. That'll take forever to do. I guess that's just more towards pink. I'll just use the pink. So this is mid-mouth. And as with real talking, only the bottom lip should be going down. I know sometimes the anime does have the top lip move for more action. That doesn't quite look good. Yeah, let's go with this. But that is not how it works, because the jaw moves, not the rest of the head. But anything to get your point across is what it boils down to. Okay. I think this one is going to actually be a little more. Just to emphasize more movement and mouth being open. Okay, now that we got that, we can duplicate it and make the full one. And just going to widen it a bit. And drop one more pixel in. That one doesn't move as much because, you know, less effort. Well, I guess it wouldn't be effort so much. Okay, anyways, I gotta fix terrible, ugly mistakes that are unacceptable. Okay, I gotta get a little bit of a streak in. I also have to give her a ribbon, but, does that go all the way up? Pretty much. Let's say, like, right here. I want to turn off smoothing or stabilization, because pain. To curve in. Well, it kind of disappears, but it does curve in. One, two, three. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. And then we're going to have it like join up here. That's a little bit anemic down here, so let's do that. Possibly too big, but I'd rather have it recognizable than being like, what is that going on? And this is supposed to be just, green streak. Okay, on this side it can be a little smaller, but same deal. Like right about here. Probably, yeah, it needs to be more down there. Or just push this down. Pull this turn in a little bit more. Actually, a lot more down because of the shift. So we could just do this. Right. Well, I guess you would see a little more of the blonde coming in here, so... Does it really just want that to disappear and then I just, like, edge it in like that? Probably. I think it works. Anyways, okay. Ribbons. I think I want to actually put some clothing on her first because that's going to take a bit. Oh yeah, I have to outline the chesticles. Oop. Like they're never going to be seen, but... They might be slightly buffed too, compared to standard, but we'll see. It's the principle of the thing. The principle is that, I think Ref Sheet should have all the clothing she wears. Not just the clothing she shows. Very informative. This isn't going to be moving, so I don't need to worry about weird overlap or not. I mean, it'll be moving horizontally, so maybe I should, but... Okay. Mm. Boom. There we go. Why does it do that? I don't know. Where it just like selects an entire square. I want to put in the hip. A little bit of the hips on here. No, that doesn't look good. I guess there's the far one then. Okay, cool. Now I can actually like start putting clothing on it. Oh wait, no, I still need to do the arms. Also, this looks a bit odd. Okay, anyways. Back to it. Did I click wrong? Okay, cool. I do get arm on here. Turn you off for a second. Perfect alignment. Okay. Now this is where I'm going to get into hands, and hands are going to be painful, because they always are. I might need to just flip this one later. Speaking of which, let's do this side. I don't need to like really care about getting the back of it. Okay. Let it begin. So we get rid of this chunk right here, at least a little bit of it. You have this coming out already. We're going to have to do the finger stuff. Actually, is this mirrored across to the other one? No, this one's pulled more in. Pain. Okay, it's going to be two different ones. Okay, so knuckles are about here. Finger comes down. Finger comes back. May need some mid shade or do this. I think I could probably at this point just cheat. 1, 2, 3. And the thumb doesn't. No, the thumb comes out a little bit. I mean, I could just do this and call it good. Give it a little illusion of nail. Or usually I would round that, because it would bother me. Okay. Do. I think this one needs to go out. So. Possibly a little more out like this to cover up the next finger. Okay, if I have the paint bucket, there we go. Wasn't accepting for some reason. Thin this down a bit. Okay. Let's do a halftone in here because the palm doesn't look too great. Also bring this up a little bit. Yeah, let's go like that. Have it like this. There. Now we halftone. I'm not going to use a lot of it on here because I want to do stuff today. And this one was going to be a little simpler than the rest. And then I do what I usually do. This is probably going to be the 8-hour. That said, this kind of needs a little bit of shading. It's just what hands do. His hands are terrible. Okay. Now we move this back here, and we're going to just do some masking to put it in front of everything so that... Do it. I could go full 1 or 2 shading on everything. It's just... as I said, not so up to doing it all today. Where is it? Okay, let's bring you to the front. Oh, I need to fix this a little bit. Let's do that while I'm here. Room. Fixed. Okay, grab that color again. And the cat paw is more, we have that there, and then thumb comes out that way. I'm going to do it the old way. Okay. Finger comes in like that. That's about what I'm going for. Cool. This one, whoops. This one comes in as well and goes back. This one, however, starts to go out and then come back in. This one's on a magical mission to ruin my life. Well, we can't have it like that because that's covering her. Well, can we have it covering her face? We could say that this is the most in it'll go, maybe. I mean, cat pose covering face is kind of half the thing. I think it's a little much. Okay. Get back to this and like condense it a little bit. And then we can have a little bit of thumb peeking out over here. Cool. Cool. room. Here we go. Might even get a little more saved out of this. Okay. Boop. Grab the rest of it, send it to the void. Okay, there we go. Whoop. Whoop. I think actually... Whoops. There we go. And now to grab a little bit of shade, because I'm going to need it. Oh god, I'm going to need it. Okay, how does this match up to arm? I don't like dragging it to the top, but you do what you need to do. Okay, cool. I need to fix this up. Why does it do that? I can't get it to do that on command, and that's the part that bugs me. It's like, it's useful to have that whole, oh, I want to grab a grid, but I don't know how it happens. Welcome back. That is fine. Cat be cat. Have you told it it's a cat yet? Does it know the score? You always gotta tell the cat that it's a cat, otherwise it might not know it's a cat. It might start acting like a person. I don't think you're at the state where you can walk up and spin it while it sleeps, but yes. Good, good. Okay, if body's like this, collarbone starts here and goes something like that. And something like that. Yeah, you can't let your cat get too comfortable. You have to do things to it every once in a while. And as I said, my favorite was when they're lying down and quite enjoying themselves. You stick hands under them, rotate them 90 degrees, and put them back down. They surprisingly get used to this fast and just look at you and then go back to sleep. Move this over a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. We're gonna get clothed. Okay, what's the next steps to this? I'm gonna have to stand up a stretch. Well, for one, we have to put some clothing on her. And then... should probably make these a little smaller. She can win this round. I mean, the stream she did the other day... Okay. So left on this. Okay, clothing. Having the eye blinks. And also the eye whites, which aren't the hardest. It might be a little weird in this setup, but I think the fact that this is just flat helps with that. Oh, I need to give her eyebrows. What are her eyebrows like? And the ribbon. So, okay. Let's give her eyebrows at the moment. Are they in her hair? They're in her hair. Yeah, that's the right color. They're not thick, they're thin ones. So I will use 2. I have the magical stabilization on. They'll be to stabilize. And we just sort of, you know, shape it up like so. And then we duplicate it like so. Boop. I'm going to just shape this a little bit. Drag this in. And do that. And maybe have that go down like there. Alright. Actually, I'm going to be right back. Give me a minute. Okay. Bop. Oh yeah, I'm still spinning. Okay. Let's start on the top of this yukata. Whoop, that's the wrong character. So there probably is going to need to be a front and back part. So we need to go all the way to the top. Forever spinning in space. I won't need jiggle physics. Sadness. Yukata top. So this is a... Going to keep doing that. This is a dark blue, so I could probably just cheap off that one. It crosses over that, so that's pretty much... Let's remove head for a minute. It doesn't need to be that big. It's funny, but it doesn't need to be that big. It's not going to move that far up. Okay, anyways. First off, it's coming off the shoulder. Just need to kind of go like this. Then it can go all the way down. Right about here. Then armpit. Hide the bra. And then kind of poof into the oba, I think it is. Either way. Side 1. Side 2. That could just go up like that. I guess we could show a little bit of the shoulder thing. Technically, there's some over here, but you don't see it. I guess it'll have to be on top then. Oh no, it doesn't have to be. I could just do it like this. Then as I said it before, I might need to have a back layer. That's why. Oop. The kitty titties have been contained. Okay. Okay, and we're going to have to make the bottom, and I'll make the bow last. So it needs... This looks huge, but not huge. Actually, you know what? Because of this poking out, I might as well have it go all the way down here. Just so it can be on top of the other part of it. Then we'll have that go across there. And we'll have the bottom down here. Where it goes down like this. Goes across. Hugs her butt. Oop. I'll do the little cut afterwards, but right now I just need to have it work. Right about there. Okay, and as I was saying, I need to add the cut, which I'm just going to go up. Drop this down a shade. And have this go all the way up to edge. Oop. clean up slightly, and then just drop out inline everywhere. Operation drop inline. Okay, get it here. Operation drop inline 2. Inline harder. Good data inline. And we want to have this crossover. The pattern is going to kill me. So I might be cheaping on that, but we'll see. Get it down to this point. Then we can do that. And as I always say, nobody's paying me, so I get to make the decision. Comes around and it curves up to the back, so like out to here. Then we could have it slowly go up. That's fine. As I said, might need back. And that gets some as well, so first off, let's fix that. There we go. Ads. Okay. On to this thing. Also, I need the join line down here. Maybe not, but we'll see. I'll put it there for now. No, it's just... Okay, how is this going to work? I guess a standard pink start with at the top. Did I make her bigger? I think I did. We must remedy this. This is at a front. Might have to change the chest underlayer a bit, but oh well. Oh, that's why this looks odd. Here we go. Everything's fixed. Now then. Whoop. This comes in, hugs a little bit. We're going to cover it up in a second. And I think this might need to be a brighter shade of pink. Put this at like 85. A little more saturated. 65. Drop this down to like 75. That is pink. It's a bubblegum pink. I think it works. Good enough. Okay, the next one is the yellow one. That will get a pattern across it later, but I need to put down that yellow. That is pretty yellow. That is not this yellow, because I need to drop this saturation down to like 50. Or the luminosity down to 50, drop this down to like 85. Oh, it might actually be brighter. Okay. And this is basically flat. So let's make this a square brush so we get the flat edge. Don't have to revisit later. And just go straight down like this. And give me my round edge back. Now this is the part where I say like it's a little iffy because I've squished her down ahead. So I'm not getting all the parts I would expect. So there'd be a little more of this whole waist thing here, but I'm moving on with my life. And this is flat going... Nope, it pinches at the waist. So it goes up like this, and then it comes out like this. Something like that. Flashbang. And either we extend this side up, which I think we will, and then just sort of cut this out. Oop. For drawing chubas, I don't have a lot of experience with actual Eastern design outfits. I am going to like slightly turn this. Okay. And that goes all the way across, so down a little bit, not in the middle. And I can just do this. Turn this off for a second because it's going to pain. This is the bottom, and I'm just going to repeat this pattern across it. Wait, it's twos. Scrib, you fool. Okay. Whoop. Whoop. When you're able to actually do the proper sizing, it comes out so well. So quick, so easy. Okay, how far across does it go? Pretty much until it hits this corner, which I'm going to say is here, just for sake of it being sane. This is not going to look nice if it goes all the way up to here. I just don't have the room. Okay, cool. And then we had A little bit of a tie. I'm going to make this its own layer. Oop. Something like that. Will making it a light brown actually help? Because the original one is a light brown. And then it's, you know, edged. Because it's an actual image. Okay. We'll see how this looks. Keep it, discard it, don't know. Isn't the fun of finding out and fixing it? A little muddy, but like it's a piece of twine. Would it be rope? What's the difference between twine and rope? I always thought twine was pretty much, it's made like rope, just thinner. Okay, is there anything else on that? No. Now for this stuff. Which I could just do as threes, and I don't need to, like, think too hard. Also, I'll add an outline color, but let's get the pattern down first. So we just have a little bit poking out here. The pattern I'm going to go with, because I'm not going to turn it. It's just every other one. It's going to be down 1 and 3. Oh, I could use my favorite tool. Yeah. Behold. I think I'll pull it out a little bit down here. Just to try and get the feel of it. Because I'd like to see what they're referencing in doing this. Or is it literally just like, yeah, this looked cool, so I kept doing it. It's not a real pattern anywhere. Okay, this one will be another 3, but the outside one will be a 2. Oh, that's 2. Oops. Now we'll go 1 over. Make this one a 2. Now we have some of the same follow-up and then some flowers. But I think these are going to be vertical. Yeah, these are going to be... You know, I can do it at 45 degrees. Minus 45. Minus. 90 plus 45 is 135. Whoops, no. I think I'm going to go down here because I'm more likely to at least end up near what it should be. Yeah, no, I think it's... I don't think I can do this. I want to, but it makes a completely different pattern. Well, we'll see. I am covering up the majority of this with flowers anyways. So I think I might have just a tad amount of physics. If only oops. Only because, like, I mean, stuff is moving, so I might as well have the skirt bounce a little bit. I did say going up and down was going to be a thing for this model. But I just don't think I'm going to have a lot of face tilting. Or any, to be honest. Okay, then we have another one that's a couple away. So let's take this and go 1, 2, here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we just move it across the entire thing. Maybe a few more. Okay. Whoop. Okay, there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups. They're all the same image. Okay, this one's flipped, but they're all the same graphic, just repeated. So I can just do this one first and then scale it and move it around. I don't need to particularly, like, completely capture it. But it's, you know, leaves and some rose-like flower. And I need to get the ones that it's covering up, because I'm just going to draw the roses right on top in white. This one's covered up, but it's covering up the one in the back, so I'm going to drop that in there. I'm going to do that. One's going to be odd because it's supposed to cover up this one. Not that bit. Possibly can reuse this for the old rose trick of just whoop. Rose trick is that you just basically repeat around half crossing a line, just making it bigger as you go around for the petals, and like kind of cinching it in towards the back to give it some depth. And there you go, that's rose. Because effectively that is what the rose does. It just has, its petals are packed tight and then splay out. And the only trick is to get them to feel like they're having some perspective on them. And I guess I do need to have something on the edges of these. Okay, I think that looks good at scale. So we just need a second one up here. Oh no, it's too big. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Nobody cares that you're exactly mirroring it, Scrib. Nobody. Oops. And then we have this flipped one that's scaled down. Whoop, 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 whoop. Same size put up here, but flipped. Whoop, 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 whoop. Copy paste that one and put it down here. And once again, nobody cares. There we go. Now, I need to get the sleeves on her, I guess. And I need to outline this. So drop 10 saturation luminosity. 65. 55. Outline. Same for you. 75, 50. Select the yellow. Outline. Bob's your uncle. Oop. Okay, now for this. I don't think I'll need 2 pieces. I'll just need this. And this can hang... Well, maybe I might need a piece to put around this and cover up. We'll see. Oh yeah, I need to give her cat ears. You know what? Let's give her cat ears right now. So they're going to have to be behind the side locks. Right, cat ear. And we're going black kitty, but we need to have something to actually be black behind that. Nothing too fancy except for the animal ear fluff. I might just have to do some texturing on to get it to work right. Flipping it to the other side, I'll just have to cut down on this and bring this a little forward. But anyways, that's in 5 seconds. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's inside. It's not going to do the inline. My bad. Whoop. All my texturing is that I'm just making shapes of similar sizes and putting gaps in. Like it was 4 down here, and then it came 3 for a bit. And now it's doing 2s. Just a consistent sort of gradient going across there. As you can see, it comes out quite well. I am going to have light catch a little bit down there. Does she have any? Yep, she has some of the black fur that does this. So, get a little frizz on things. Maybe not that much right there. She's not a displacer beast. Okay. We duplicate this one. Left. Cat ear. Boom. All the way over here. And as I said before, we have to... So let's take a look at this. This comes out of the ear because the ear changes direction a bit. So, first off, got to move this down a little bit to keep in form. Then, let's cheat to win. Ooh. Hopefully because of the weather, yeah. Power flickering is no good, not good. I mean, is there any big storms heading your way? I mean, hopefully it isn't like, you know... It turns out you have some bad wiring somewhere. So that's not a fun thing to solve. That's it, like at my house, I've had the power just randomly flicker just because of the grid. Okay, now that we have that, we can do Operation Move Ear Fluff. Ear fluff is cute. Room. Whoops. Okay, so that's been moved over. Oops. That's been moved over. I might want to do a bit of inline on this. So let's go about doing this. First, let's clean up these edges. And then let's pick a point and just go. That's not the right color. Okay, now that we have that, to put it in more, we have a little bit of shade in here. And then we curve. I think we should have a little bit of cat ear stuff going on down here. Maybe not that much. Just a few little stray hairs. Make it look like it's fuzzy. I think that works. Maybe actually move it in just a tad more. Yeah. Neko Mimimoto. Not quite like this. I need to like flatten this out a little bit, but we'd be on a budget. I think maybe we could actually... do that. Okay. She's almost fully clothed. Forward. Or upper forward arm. Clothing. I don't... Sleeve. Sure, sleeve works. I'm not going to have... Well, I might be able to just seal the pattern again. Yeah, I could do that. Where's that coming from? 1 second. Okay, so there is a white thing around there. You don't see it in this. There's a white thing tying that up. You don't even see it on this side. I guess it makes sense. I might emphasize it more. For shiggles. Okay, let's do this in red so I can actually see it. So here's the sleeve part that is being tied in. Goes up to here. This goes down to here. Then it gets tied in and goes out here. This will just be the dark inner blue. And we don't have any dropping down yet. But I want to emphasize that because I think it's neat. So we're going to have this go up here and then dip in a little bit. And then have this come out. Because cat and string. Okay. On this side, I'm actually going to do a little of this so that there's no weird mismatching with the forward part of this. The actual, like, you know, hanging sleeve bit. First, inline that. Then try and show there's something going on here. Fail, move on with your day. It'd be smart if, you know, I actually turned stuff off, but... True smartness would only be working on stuff you're paid for. We know this isn't happening. How far down does it actually go? It doesn't hang that far down. Okay. Now then, on to this one, which is actually practically not in front of it. So I think I can do some trickery. Upper forward arm sleeve, or forearm. So all I need to do is have a little bit that looks like it's attached to this. And then it drops down. How far does it drop? It drops down. Somewhere around here, we can have it go forward like that. Oops. Then we can have it go up. So now that we have that, we have the fake inner part I can work with. So I can go down like this and go up like that. Now we can inline it. And then also make sure that this part is pretty much all dark. And then we fill it with this. We put that little white part of the inner part of the outfit. I'll go with the dark, actually. So just do this. Not rocket science. Lord help me if I figure out how to put physics that bad into one of these models. Because as I said, people have actually made computational systems. Because it's a lever, therefore you can derive, like... You can do some things when you do derived physics. So, go with something like that. Take this. Squish. Cool. Pure scale. There we go. Fake detail. Okay. I think I might need a little... No, I don't need a little more flare up there. Feels so weird. I don't think it should be like this. Now, this one I probably should turn the hair off. Honestly, should bring the whole back arm group into the front to work on it. Yeah, let's do that. Why'd you come along? Boom. There we go. I thought I saw something for a second. Okay, so... back arm. Sleeve. As I was saying, I think I might be able to just get away with the back part. Because there's no reason I need to have, like, it bunch up like this is doing. So if I have it, just like, you know, stop up here, and then go down as far down as the other one. And then, you know, go back, go up to armpit, go up like this. The silhouette looks fine. It needs to be a little more sharper, and I can do that by just like, oh no. A little bit showing its cloth by just like doing that. Okay, now that we got that, let's outline it. Possibly just cut it out a little more up there. Okay. From here, part of the Great Fakery, it goes down here. Oh no, I should use this. Have it go up to like about here. And then have it go down. Yeah, it goes down about that far. Then have it come from here. And from there, we have this that meets that point. And then we put in the blue. Then we take this, extend it to everything above here. So as this moves over, it looks like that it's just showing more edge. That'll be fine. Nice. We fix some stuff in there like so. And I think we need a single... he can do 2 flowers, but we also need to put these guys in. Shouldn't, but I am, because I'm silly. I think we'll have them at 2s. We'll just have them straight up and down. Whoops. Okay. down to here. Copy. Pasta. Flip it around for variety. And squish that flower. Okay. Have you down here. Bring you up. Find that way. And squish that flower. There we go. The flowers have been pressed. Alright, we're almost done with this. Let's bring you back to your back layer. Pray that my ideas work. We're going to get in the hair ribbons, because that's needed. Then we're going to get in the rest of the blinks, because that's needed. And then we can get to rigging, which won't be so... Where's my eyelash? I thought I flipped this. There we go. Okay, cool. Because this isn't going to be the most intense rig. It's going to have some movement, but it's not going to have like face tilts because, oh god, I don't want to do that. If I was going to do face tilts at this extreme, I would need some frame animation and I would need some in-betweens of like actual stretching just barely to do it. Or I need to do it frame by frame, and you could do it cheaply in maybe 5. But I'm not doing that. Nope. I don't see that check coming through. Do you? Oh wait, it's Miki that has these. Okay, they're just pink. I'll just carry the same pink over. Okay, so very little bow part. Very lot of tail. 4 should work. Let's turn off the kimono Mimi. Oh. Oh, mistakes were made. Where are you? Ah, found you. Go back to your rightful place. Boop. Ooh, that could have been annoying. I probably should put some secondary shading in there. Anyways. Bow. I'm getting better at doing them. I'm still lying that I'm doing them. What I mean by lying is that I'm not exactly, like, doing these proper in any way. I just make 2 loops and call it a night. It works. But is it doing them correctly? I don't know. Left hair ribbon. Okay. Boop. Room. And then we put the Nekomimi back on. Nekomimi Moto obtained. Does she look fine without the cat ears? Like, are they intrinsic to the setup? It just shows me I need to pull down the bow a little bit more, but... Nekomimi Moto. Okay, some things I also think I need to do. I need to put in a few lines on this hair. Come to me, O godly stabilizer. Lend me your power. Okay. clean it up a little bit. I wanted it more for texture, so it doesn't matter if they're all connected. Probably, honestly, only need it towards the end, so... Goodbye. Whoops, wrong button. Looking a little narrow there, Miki. Uma. Okay. I said I was going to do this, so I'm going to pick this up, grab here, grab this, and go... And there it goes. Now I take the darker shade, grab in here, grab this, and go like so. The hands are a bit weird, but I think I'm going to be just masking everything in order to have it come through instead of playing layer games. This bow might need to come out a little bit more. And then the movement should carry the rest of it. Okay, let's get these eyes blinking. Going to be the only time that I actually have them properly split. Right, mid, eye, lash. So we're going to squish this down here. That's fine. Okay, we're going to duplicate this. Left mid eyelash. This has to go a couple down as well. Okay, now that we got that, we can play with these. Duplicate right, white, mid. Where we will just shave these into place. And then also pull up like a pixel or two. I am going to animation test these because it's very important. Left mid, or left white mid. Once again. Bring this in one, and the rest of this can go up like that. Actually, no, that is correct. I can, however, bring that over one. And we duplicate this, and this is going to be the almost closed. Right, almost closed eyelash. That's where we're going to deform this part so that it's almost level with that. Pull this down. I said pull this down. Like so. Wrong thing. There we go. Left almost closed eyelash. Okay. So this is level, so this needs to be just plain old pulled down like one or two. Like I said before, the middle needs to come down. Extend this over. Okay. Duplicate. Right, white, almost closed. Turn you on. Oop. Left, white, almost closed. Bring that in. Like so. And then for my final trick, right closed eyelash. I will bring this down one more. Ooh, that's actually kind of... One second. Okay. I will bring this down one more. And I will flip it. Duplicate. Left closed eyelash. You go down one more. And then you flip. This one might need a little more coercing into being in the proper position. Hope we get there. Because the thing I found out in some animation notes, because I've been reading far too many of those, is that one way to... Because, like, I want to just keep the eyelash being, like, up. Like, you know, the anime, you know, smile sort of thing. But the way it actually closes is that it flips down. And that's at, like, the 1/3 mark. And you could cheap out like I do by just flipping the almost closed to do that. Now, that said, let me turn off eye white. Or, no, I need to have eye whites on. This is going to suck. So usually I just have to work with one set. I have to work with both sets at once. Okay, and we need 4 frames. Okay, make all these guys 250. So this will be an entire second worth of animation. We're going to make it tagged, and we're going to have a ping-pong circulation. We're going to have a we're going to have it infinitely repeat, so it's going to go back and forth, back and forth. Okay, so let's get down to the whites. And we're going to turn off everything but the fulls. Okay, then we're going to turn off the mid. Oh wait, I did turn off. Whoops, I was off by 1. All is lost. Okay, fixed. Then we have almost closed. And then there are none. Okay, let's start with the left one. Or no, that's not it. Okay, here we go. You can just click script. There we go. Okay, so we will just work on the left one first. Get rid of mid, get rid of almost closed, get rid of closed. Then move on. And move it up 1 dot at a time. Okay. Once again, onto the breach. But for the right side. Wait. Nope, I was over by 1. I deleted the originals. No. That's the risk when doing this. And then I say it's all good to delete all the take stuff, and I have to remake all the eyes. Okay. Oh, I didn't do the right eye yet. Or the right whites yet. There we go. Oh no, I just have them off. Okay, let's see. I think the full whites, I need to get rid of this little line here. The left mid is having some issues. If I delete that, does it look better? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to take that, bring it back home. Yeah, let's see if that fixes that, because it looked like it's closing up too fast. I don't like how it looks like it's just like sliding across. So maybe getting rid of it does have to happen. I guess it's fine. I don't see any problems with the eyelids, so I think we're good there. I don't actually need to split anything for once, because it comes pre-split from all this madness this is. The only thing I could do at this point is put in like half details, but I think I'm against that. Oh, I need to actually finish up the tail. This is a rare instance where I keep something black because it's a black cat. I could make it purple, but this dark purple would stand out. However, I can use it as a highlight because, you know, black cat shine and all that. Not that the cat shine, but, you know, fur has some shine to it. Like I've done this before with something else. What could it have been? I know the light I have is coming from the other side, but I think it looks better because it's going to come in and like have to switch over. Okay. Dislocate back a little bit. Much better. Those spinal columns need to, you know, float. The vertebrae don't have space between them. They can't breathe. Okay, and then she has a white tip tail. Oh, it's actually white for a majority of it. Whoopsie. Room. And this is actually going to have an outline on the bottom. So 65. We're going to have to drop that saturation down to like 40. And to continue on, tail fur catching light. Okay, and then we need a ribbon. I am not going into as much ridiculous detail as that one. We have our knot. It doesn't have the... Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. So I can just do the outline. Oops, that was not the right button. Oh, doesn't matter. I can do this. I can make sure that's on there. And then I can do that. Gotta make it look nice. Doesn't matter if it's correct or realistic, it just has to look nice. Could I? Should I? Okay. Anything else? Almost been 5 hours. I might get done at 6. That'd be interesting. I could hard light some thigh shadow into this. Eh. 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 Okay. We're doing it. Duplicate. Shade. Upper. Front leg. We're dropping this by 5. 95. 85. Boop. Dropping this. No, we could keep that the same. It reads better because the outline doesn't change in a weird way. Upper shade, upper back leg. Just do this. And the master stroke is that above both of these, there is going to be leg shade mask. And what does this mask do? It's going to follow this more, so it's going to be a triangle down and come back. It follows that closely, and then it goes up like that. I put this above here. I really hate how a sprite places things at times. Okay, so then we just go on up, bring this over. And because we're doing this, we probably should put it on the butt as well. Oh, yeah. New group. Outfit. So I can just turn it off for a second. Grab the butt. Don't take this out of context. Duplicate the butt. Shade the butt. So grab this. Put it in here. Won't bother with the panties. Okay, let's put her outfit back on. Bring her eyes back. And I think we're good to go. This will go away once I have the masking in. This can be basically attached to any sort of up and down movement I do here, or any sort of like warping. I can also warp it on there. Socks could be better. The feet aren't as long as these are, but it gets the point across. I think I'm going to slide this in a pixel. Does that look better? Maybe drop this down a little bit here. No. Maybe just a little bit down. That part that's making it look weird. A little bit down is fine. Okay. Behold, a Miki. Don't think there's anything else major on this. I just have to output it correctly without it doxing everything, which I can't dox too much. Cool. I will be back in a minute. I'm going to take a short break. Let's say 15 minutes, just so I can look at a wall or something. Anyway, be right back. All right, then. Get that back to a more default state. And throw it away. Aha. Let's resize me a little bit. Well. Okay, as per usual, I've upped the scaling by like 16% so that there are no weird edge issues, which I'm kind of looking over. You're going to see some right here, because you're always going to see some when I move eyelashes. Like you can see right there. Yep. But I'm looking for any that are in here. Also, I said I was going to put stuff behind the socks, but I guess that never happened. Oh well, such is life. Wait, why is the tail still black? Wait a second. What? Wait, what's going on there? Let me see in the GIMP. Okay, one second. Let me hide this again and export. It's like it didn't save that right. OBS. Hide my shame. Okay, we save it. We export it. We hit the button that shows me where everything is installed because... Okay, we go into the GNU image manipulation program. We open the recent file. It is literally not saving out that layer. This is saved. Oh! I did it again. Okay. Oh, this is dumb. Okay. Is there anything that changes between here besides everything turns on? Okay, I don't have the... Oh... Okay, I'll show you what I did. I did the classic mistake of forgetting to delete all my frames, and I've been going off frame 3. Well, actually, that said... No, because I delete stuff on here, so I need to just copy it all over. I need to figure out what I messed up. So I know the shades aren't going to be in here. So I need to copy them. At least it'll be easy to pick out because they exist like this. So I can just go boop, boop. And... shade butt. And I hit the wrong button. I need to find where this is being changed. Bow doesn't exist. Okay. This is just because I deleted them for testing purposes. Not seeing anything there. I can tell if I click on the wrong one because it's not going to have. Okay, we're good now. I am now deleting the extra ones. May Lord have mercy on my soul. We know that's another funny joke you can tell yourself. Okay, exported. Imported. Times 16. Not 116 times 16. 300. The sprite shall be huge. Overwrite. Close it down because it's taking up a gig. Into the live 2D. Hey sprite, why did you steal my mouse? There we go. Okay. Always check over your work. So yep, this is all making sense. We have this here. We have the tail. We have the million eyebrows. We have the ribbons. And we have the yukata. Now then, let's do some fun stuff. So let's grab all the shade layers by doing that. And so we have all the shade layers. Grab, grab, grab. And then we can go to the green triangle. We'll mask. And then we go to this. Zero opacity. Look. We have a shade. We have a shade on the thighs. Okay. I'm going to play it the standard way. First off, I'm going to turn off everything. I'm going to grab everything. I'm going to auto it to standard. I'm going to grab this and send it to the shadow realm, though. Head guide. Thank you. Oh, you're gone. Okay. Now then. So I'm going to get my angle X and Y's for body. And then I'm going to add one for mouse control because I want the arms to move a little bit. So boop. Make you red. Click on you. Create new parameter. No, I said create new parameter. How did I get that? Okay. Mouse X, mouse X. This is going to go from -10 to 10. And then we're going to make a new one. Mouse Y, -10 to 10. Okay, get all the brow stuff. Grid folder. Eye folder. Okay, grab all the mouth stuff. Mouth folder. I saw the thing for a Photoshop version of GIMP being done. I haven't looked more into it, but I think about it every time. Because, like, there's just so many things that GIMP just is non-standard for no other reason than, like, to be difficult. Why is the brush tool P? And why is the path tool B? Oh, really? Really? I thought it was more of an overhaul, and because, you know, it's a GNU thing, you'd have to compile your own thing. So I've been putting it off. I might need to actually look into it. Okay. Let's begin with the eyes. So first off, we get our closed eyelashes and we put them in our own group. Left closed. I mean, it's free to begin with because of the license by default. Wait. Oh, that's almost closed. I was very confused. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot more promising than what I expected. So I need to grab the left stuff. Oh, it's so weird having it grouped like this. Because usually when I split it, it alternates because of just the way it is. Right now, they're all paired up in groups of left and right side. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. That's eyebrows. Stop doing that. Or was it right eye open? It honestly doesn't matter. Yeah, that might be worth looking into. One thing I want to find is the anime or Lord Help Me Make, because there is actual documentation on how the system is supposed to work for the anime smoothing program, because I've gone over it in weeks past, and I might have an idea for this Monday that I won't stream because Lord help me, I want to watch the YouTube and see people actually get things accomplished for a week. Because maybe I could do a full stack one. I should at least try it once. And giving myself a full... Oh, reverse mask. Ooh, did I miss one? Oh, I missed them all. Why do you be... Oh! Yeah, because I have the white at the... Okay, that confused me for a second. Okay, nope, that's fine. But making a full stack actual, like... Maybe not full high resolution, because I realized... If I keep it at about, like, a maximum of double the height of a screen size, I might be able to get away with just doing it in a sprite full stop and then bringing it into GIMP in order to do a bit of the edge smoothing. And that'd be funny. I full stack of VTubers in a sprite. I mean, I have to blur it, but yeah. Boop, boop. Okay. Now that we got that... These need to be in warps, the others don't. I'm just going to do these by hand. Okay. So almost opening, you're at like 15 and that. Okay, you turn off after this to the void. Close that up. But yeah, the smoothing for animation studios, it's... Wait, that was mid. Crap. Okay, 1 second. Whoops. Is it an open source sort of deal, and I want it. I can kind of fake what they do with just a Gaussian blur, but it isn't the ticket I want. But I have the skill set that I could write plugins in Python for GIMP. I actually have before. Just to run like things in a production environment to try and fix up the resolution of some images and make sure that they fit, that they were properly scaled and other junk, but it wouldn't be my first rodeo, but it'd be my first rodeo at that scale because it's actual pixel manipulation. And part of me goes like, you don't want to go there, script. That's hell. The other part of me goes like, and this is it. Okay, do you blink? That is nice blinks. Oop. Okay, let's get the whites to actually squish right. Right, white, full. We don't need the almost closed one to do that. Right, white, mid. Left, white, full. Left, white, mid. But yeah, GIMP could use Photoshop, or I mean not Photoshop, Python in order as a scripting language to do stuff. Or if you're more insane, you can learn their internal scripting language, which is, it's something. That's the standard thing with all programming languages. They're all terrible unless you're forced to learn them and then you pretend they're good. It's just what you can stand that day. That's all that matters. Oh, that should be at 1. Okay, I'm not thinking right. Or it should be at 2. Okay, so 1. Or no, 0.2. Let's start over. So this is 2. So we want 2 and 2.5. Cool. Oh, it's 1.5. Okay, yeah, it is. It just doesn't display that way because reasons. I like reasons. They're so useful. Okay, so at this point, this will squish down to like in there. Pull it down. It looks so weird for the back eye because it doesn't have that outline when it's there. It'll have it when it looks left and right, but please, can I just see it? Thank you. You know what? I think the left eye should be moved over 1. Yeah. Cool. Let's move the right eye to the right eye. Right, 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 right. That's the wrong thing. Okay, we got a blink. Okay, now let's begin the hell of moving stuff. I think I could possibly just order these the more I think about it. Maybe. I think I'll just mask and call it a day. Both of these, you're reverse masking. to front arm and front hand. These, you're just masking, reverse masking to back arm, backhand. So it makes sense for this hair to cover it up. Actually, yeah. So yeah, the chest needs to go over this just a little bit when it leans in more. Okay. Let's get the mouth rigged. We got some rigging to do on here. Oh, I didn't rename these to be full. Didn't do O's today. Don't think they'd add too much. I have other things to bite on this. Okay, and go down here, mouth open. This is at a 0.5. Okay, and this can happen at the 3. Okay, cool. Now we just grab all these. On malform, we'll have it generally want to be happier, so at 3 it switches over. Okay, sad we'll have at 4 below. Okay. Give that a save. Not there. Not there. Definitely not there. Give me 5 minutes to figure out it. I have so many fan models just sitting here. I might need to start moving them. Like, how many is in this folder? It says 124 items, but I know some of these are pings. But it's not a high amount. Yeah, there's a couple, let's see, how many is this? Like 8 items that aren't folders for stuff, and then my other folders for it. So, like, there's over 100 models sitting there in some capacity. Okay, I'm going to stretch a little bit. Let's just see how this looks. Well, I practically have what Honey Pop is doing. So that's a sign. Okay, I might actually have head tilts. Head tilt would help a little bit with this. Okay, we need to do the eyes. Now, the eyes need to be technically rigged these separately. Okay, so right eye. Left eye. The Y's can be done at the same time. Now, the X's, those are slightly different. And I hope it doesn't look too weird that they move at like slightly different rates. I'm not going as hard as I usually would in like thinking about how okay, enough of that. At how they should be spaced. Like this one I am a little bit, because I don't think it should go all the way to the right, to the left side. Yeah, not too bad. Oh, I rigged it off that. I don't think it's going to take too long. The reason that's a problem is that I can't do the Y's at the same time because you can only select the same sort of type of object. Or at least you have to you can't do art meshes and like warps. And you can't do, I don't believe you could do art meshes and, or warps and like rotators. Like maybe you can actually for like just moving them positionally, but for moving them in a rotation manner, it doesn't work. That should be good. Oops, that's not the right thing. That should be good. We synthesize those corners. Now, here's where it gets interesting, because I like to pull stuff off, so I'm going to just move it over 1 pixel right. That's going to be the same thing at the bottom. This side too. Okay, let's click somewhere else. Okay, let's get the eyebrows, because I think I forgot them on the me-made model, which made me sad. Oh well. They aren't that important, but I like to have them properly rigged. Right eyebrow. Oh. Okay, that was confusing. I somehow grabbed the wrong thing. Left eyebrow. Right eyebrow. Okay, and then we grab both of these. We'll go down like 2 pixels. Like so. Okay, grab this. Nope, not adjust, change, which is like adjust, but not adjusting. It's changing, clearly. Brow Y, there we go. Okay, we have all that. Now then, I said I think I want to do a little bit. I'm not doing the head angles, but I think doing a bit of the physics will be good. Can't select that one. Got that one. Got that one. No, can't select that one. I really wish I could just close all these so that I could select the ones at the same level, but no, you just need to know which ones are the proper things. Okay. Head group. Up. Cool. We'll have head tilt. Mark it as Z so I don't confuse myself. And then we'll have this side, pitch down mostly from here. And just a little bit. And then we'll use this side. Just a little bit. Cool. Now for body X, or for body Y movement. This is where the pain begins. So let me do my standard little... The heck did I just move? Oh, draw orders. Okay, I didn't know you could grab them that way. That is terrifying. Okay, let me get the... But that's legs. We get the shoulders, or the arms into their own thing. Backhand. Okay, I think that's everything. Arm group. Okay, let's set that to 0 just to make sure we grabbed everything. Yes, we did. And it looks hilarious when you turn it off. Okay. Nope. Okay, and we put arm group position right at the back. There. Okay, now that we got that, head tilt and neck are going to be joined, as I always do that. Neck. And then neck is going to get a positional. I didn't rotate the neck this time. You mean, you know, why not? Okay, one second. Oop. -5. Oh, look at that. +5. Look at that. Not going to tilt that head, though. That face is not changing in this direction. Okay, now that we got that, we can grab all the upper stuff, which is pretty much everything but the bottom. I guess middle body is included in this. And we'll call this upper body. Grab this. Grab all of this stuff. Oh, are these not? Nope, that is properly. Grab everything that isn't leg stuff. Yes, this includes the tail. Should probably get its own group. Get the butt. And call this lower body. And can grab all the front leg stuff. These aren't going to be doing the same thing at all, which is a very weird concept for me. Did I grab the foot? I think I brought the front foot in there. Foot. Front foot. Yep. Get over here. Okay. No, those should be off by default. Why aren't you in the right place? There we go. Okay, so we grab all the front stuff, put it in here. Front leg group. And we grab all this stuff. Back leg group. This gets put in a positional. Front lower leg. Except for this one. Why did you get in there? Whatever. Okay. Front lower leg. All I'm going to be doing is hinging it out here because it can't go the other direction. Usually I want to have them inside of, have it be working on a warp, but still have that positional there so it doesn't like squish and warp anything if anything happens. But this, since there's going to be no, like this one, let's see. So what's going to happen is that this is going to bend in this way and come in that way. So all the bending is like going to happen here. Or, yeah, right here. front foot positional. Okay, so we're going to put it right here. And if I have to make a warp to do a micro transitions, so be it. But anyway, front leg rotation, body Y. And I guess this would, oops. Let's take off her skirt for a second so I can properly position this. Scandalous, I know. Where are you? Boop. Good enough. Yeah. Okay. And this would be right here because that's where the butt is. Okay, you can come back now. So going up isn't going to do much. Going down is where it's at. So I want to say about like right here. And that gives us all we need to work with. So we have this. We also do it. I have it clicked right. Why can't I grab you? You can't even see it up there. And the goal is to keep it like roughly in the same spot, and that's rough enough for me. I just need to straighten this out. Grab this and go... Oops. And go like so. Okay. Now that we have that, we can have whole body Y. And this is going to suck because the goal is to have this pixel be about the same at the end of this. So I can't zoom out because I'll lose my frame of reference. Going, 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 going. Okay, okay. Okay, now it's going to be longer going this way. How about that local sports team? Oh, okay. Do we have it? I think this needs to turn a lot more. Because it still kind of looks silly. I mean, like, as I said before, the whole position looks silly, but this needs to be underneath a lot more. So. Still acceptable. I mean, I can even, like, just, like, push this over like so. Okay. I think that's good enough. Okay, so once again, get this little sucker near the corner. Grab this. Time to move over. So did you hear that they made a robot, a dead spider into a robot? Man-made horrors of my comprehension level. Whoop. So would this go up? It wouldn't go down. Actually, no, it might go down because, like, the whole reason you'd have your knee out is to, like, have some balance in this direction. Oh, yeah, necrobiotics. I've heard it before. And using spider hydraulics for it is kind of like, I guess, the simplest way. Okay. So does this other leg straighten out a little bit is the question. Or does this lift up a little bit? Yeah, it's completely useless. That's like the thing. It's like, yeah, we can repurpose the hydraulics of a spider to do crappy crane lift. It's like, okay. Back leg rotate. And like, I mean, like, it's almost the level of proving, like, yeah, so we proved you could use a human bone to move a grappling platform for like a real grappler. It's like, okay. Okay, skirt needs to disappear for a second. Boop. Okay, get back here. Put this at the butt. Oh yeah, I might need to make a shade for that. That's not going to be too hard though. Like something like right here. Okay. Boop. So we can actually play with this a bit though to figure out how to have it. And then adjust after the fact. Where's body? Oh, I did that off angle Z. 1 second. -10 to 10, because for some reason the bodies are 10s, but the face has the most nuance. I guess that makes sense, now that I say it out loud. Yeah. Okay, get back to this. Go down here. Grab you. Nope, nope, nope. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. So does this look better? Or does this look better? I think... Oh! I can only do the lift going up this way with this setup. And I think the leg going like this looks better. So I have to reset this. Sorry, you have to take the skirt off again. My bad. So this now has to go up here. Because otherwise we get weird clipping. But this is only, as I said, going like one direction, so we don't have to worry too much. So this can go like this a little bit. We could probably have this extend out. And this can go right at the kneecap. We need to get the foot on here. Cool. We do the body Y. Actually, no, is it the right one? Yeah, it is the right one. I always grab the wrong thing. Okay, anyways. Oop. That doesn't look too bad. I still say the default one is a little too much for me, but I'll live. Now then. A full body Y. I don't think it would be off lower body. Now, upper body. Sure. Let's... Let's give you a... Actually, let's first do some tilt. This can go off the body X to give that something to do. And let's make you like 11. So grab this. Rotate. And rotate. Cool. Can we flip this and it'll be fine? No, it has that weird little thing in there. Not fine. This is not fine at all. So Control-Shift-Copy. Throw that in there. Could be worse. Okay. Now, do we want ears to slightly tilt by mood, or do we want ears to slightly to do the blinks? Why not both? Because it's slightly annoying to do. How annoying. Fine. Okay, right ear sad. We have that set up. And then we're going to have at -3 to here. It's going to start drooping to, like, say, 5. Ten works. Okay. Cool. Then we do the same to this ear, but slightly lower because it's lower. Left ear sad. But like somewhere down here. And then we put this at 3, at 4, and this. That's going to be -10. Boom. Wait. Boom. Wait. Boom. Okay. Now for ear flick, I want actually a warp on this. So I want to distort it a little bit. Right ear flick. And I'm going to make a deride that is right ear twitch. Or ear twitch. It's going to be from 0 to 1. And I'm simply going to do a bit of rotational BS at the edge of the ear at every single, or up here at every single frame, and just kind of go a little bit. A little bit. I can't mirror this at the slightest. And a little bit. So. Yeah, that kind of... Yeah, that doesn't do it. I mean, I guess we could go big or go home. Let's reflect that. That's whoops. Good enough. And left ear flick. And get it all the way down to there. That'll be rigged to blinks. And speaking of things that need to be also rigged, we need to rig this to breath. So I'm going to put a rotational on this. Tail tip rotate. Put it right at the base of this. Where is it? There it is. Where's the rest of everything? Jesus, this is just silly. Get the tail ribbon on there. This will be base tail rotate. That'll be just down here. And this can have like a little bit of wiggle. So 3 degrees. And this is where main distort happens. Tail distort. And when I say distort, I mean distort, because I'm going to like literally just use distort. It's going to go. I guess it does need to be the full one. That's surprising. Usually when I try to distort in the ways that I'm kind of cheaping out on like doing it with, I have to like do it partially or it doesn't like feel right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, let's see how this looks right now and what else I need to do with it. So throw it into posing. Oh, I need to rig the ears. Okay. Ear twitch. And we throw in eye open and eye open as positionals at 50% each. Or I mean angles at 50% each. And because we are using 50%, or 2 items, it goes from -30 or -60. That we can throw in our basic thing. We throw it at a 0.8 shaking so it doesn't like bounce over the place for no good reason. And then we can tell, oh, ear twitch. Oh wait, no, it doesn't need to be. Wait. Yeah, it's not supposed to be staying. My bad. These can be positionals. Okay. Okay, I think I will give the twin tails a little bit of, or the twin drills, a little bit of physics. So let me grab both of them. Twin tail phi 1. And I'm just going to use it offside. I should have done it. Yeah, too late now. So I grab this. And I rotate it like so. Up, I hit a button. I hate when I do that. Rotate it like so. Okay, and now I go to the other side because this is... Oh no, I think I should be able to mirror and I'll be fine. Maybe. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. Alright, going to replicate. Edit, going to put a 2 on there. I don't think I'll go completely into physics hell for this today. Oh, yeah, this is why. Sorry. It stopped responding for a second and I was confused. I'm also going to need to do it for the ribbons. Oh well. Twin drill phi 2. And we go down here. And this is on like the twisting. So grab this, pull it out a little bit. And then we grab this, we pull it out a bit. Usually I'd be able to flip it. I might be able to flip it on this one. But I think I'll just do it by hand today. Artisanal twin... Wait, wrong direction. Wrong direction script. Artisanal twin drill physics. Like I could possibly just like do these each on the, do one of them and then do the flip trick and like try to match it up, but not today. I keep hitting the right click. Whoop. Okay, since we have that, we should put a little bit of physics on these two. Side lock by 1. I suppose they can go on the same physics. So once again, we get that set up, and then we tilt her head so that we can match the tilt. These ones I may not be able to hide as well. So I'm going to do them one at a time for both sides. That's good enough. Now for this one. No, actually, I'm using the same line. It'll be good enough. And then we mirror. Okay, and then we get phi 2 for turning them a little bit. Side lock phi 2. Bop. First, we do a little distort. Everybody loves a little distort. And we just go whoop. Then we go twist. Thought for a second, like, oh no, I can see back there. I'm like, oh wait, all her hair is up in the twin tails, so of course you can see past that. Okay, and let's see if we can't just mirror this and call it a day. So room. Okay, and for the final little bit of hair stuff, I will just do a little bit of distort and have this be a normal thing instead of a double pendulum. Front hair, phi. So straight up to hair movement. And just do a little bit of distorting. Nothing fancy. This isn't going to need it so much. Oh, 1 second. -1. Change that back to 0. Okay. And wait, I'm in the wrong thing. Why was I thinking that? Because I was in distort, that's why. Okay, let's rig up those physics. So we need a front hair, which is just going to be short hair and just basic head input. That said, I always want to tweak this down to like 0.85 because it does things, and that can go away. And that can all go to this one. Actually, this should be 60. And this should be on angle because it's turning that all the time. So that puts this back at negative. This puts it at -60. This puts it at positive 60. This gets 100% of the positional movement. And we're going to duplicate this in order to get it for the side. Oh, wait, no. I'm basically doing the... Okay, 1 second. Rename. I basically set it up for the side hair. Okay. So we are going to add side A, side B. Okay. Now for front. Head. This one is basically going to be... I guess it'll be the same. So this is going to be positional. It could probably bounce a little bit more so we can keep this at like 90. Why are you tilting? Oh. That's why. Okay, let's see how this looks. It's a little too bouncy on the side here. I'm going to make this a duration of 5 and then of 8. Maybe turn this down to 0.8. I like the way that jiggles, so that is good. Okay, I think we're going to need some sleeve X, and this is -1 to 1. That's going to be just real simple. It's going to be just like this. I guess I am going to have it tuned. Okay. Because the pendulum will be keeping it tilted. And the other one will be doing other stuff. Okay, so right sleeve phi 1. And this is going to be off this. And it's going to be off of body X tilting. As always, pick the side that isn't going to rip off something and just kind of go like that. I'm going to give this 2 points because I'm going to think that this at least has some amount of stiffness to it. It's not tissue paper. It's not, well, it could be silk. Even silk would like hold up a little bit. And as always, I mess this part up. So 0 becomes -1. -1 becomes 0. Flip. Get over here. Motion mirroring. And let's see if this matches up to a body going to this side. It's a little overshooting. I mean, I can just go like, yeah. Push that over a little bit. Cool. Okay, let's put this in the middle. And now for phi 2. Okay. So, start with a basic distort. Just a little bit. And then a little bit of rotating that towards the bottom. So, grab the side that isn't going to pinch. Actually, probably a little more here. Yeah, there we go. Flip you around. And then we're going to basically replicate this whole system with the other sleeve. Left sleeve phi 1. Grab this. Put it over here for once. And then put body X all the way over here. So grab all this. Get a rotate. Put it like right about here. And rotate you over. A little bit more. Okay, cool. Put you on the other side, see how much this messes up. Nope, nope, that's quite good. Nice. Ooh. Now let's put you back to the default and get you a second one. Let sleeve phi 2. So as I said before, first off, we're going to do a simple distort based about where it, yeah, there we go. Helps if we hit the button before we mangle our system. Just a little bit for it to know that it's there. Okay, and then we grab a little bit down. And put the rotate where it won't make things look weirdly stretchy. Okay, and we'll flip that. I realize I can get chest physics on this. That's funny to me. Maybe I might get skirt physics. Anyways. So as I was saying, chest, top. Should have separated these, but... Actually, they are. Oh, perfect. Okay. Chest X phi, or chest phi. And chest Y. I won't go full bore and do the 2 layers. Okay, so go down slightly. Go up slightly. Oh, I don't have this continue past point. I can't have it go up too much or I'll ruin the illusion. I mean, they aren't supposed to be that bouncy in here. Mulligan. Okay. I'm just going to grab this section. Bounce down. Bounce up. And then we're going to have a chest X. Chest X. And I'm going to grab even less of that. And pull it a little this way. And then pull it a little that way. And I'm going to synthesize them corners. Chest X. And the input is going to be chest. Or, well, I guess bust input. Bust small, yes. 2.5. 0.75. Body Z, I think this is all on body. Well, body X is going to be weird for this. Oh no, body X is fine. It's going to have a little bit of angle Y on there. Or body Y. I'm going to give it 30%, even though it contributes a little bit. So as body Y goes down, we're moving to the left. Okay. Add. Chest X. Okay. Chest Y. Bust is small. 0.25. And then we get body Y into this. 100% pendulum. Okay, do we have sleeves in here? We don't have sleeves. Oops, that's the wrong button. Sleeve. And this is going to be some interesting input. Because it's going to be taking out body X and body Y. Body X is going to be an angle, and it's going to be 100%. Body Y is going to be a positional, and it's basically going to be the left and right. So negative 30 to 30. And, whoops, undo. We're going to be doing it with, well, let's go with heavy clothing. Put this more down to a 0.85 and a 0.9. Y should be tilted. Yeah, the Y brings us to the left. Cool. And then the output is sleeve X, sleeve Y. Perfect. Okay. How do you look now? All coming up Millhouse. Okay. I do think I want to try have it, like, twist a little forward. Ah, perfect. Perfect, perfect. So, I'm going to have this called upper body lean. I could actually put it on the lean body, but I think it's just going to be on the X, so... move this... whoops. Oh, you're part of... Wait. No. Why is flowers in there? Flowers should be on the yukata. Okay, one second. Let me default all this. Yes, you go up here. Okay, so we're going to take this part. We're going to rotate it this way. And we're going to take this part and mildly rotate it the other way. I think it needs to be over here. I don't think that has enough oomph, so let's just skew this a little bit. Where's the middle? It has a little effect. Okay. And since I have so much going on, let's do a skirt Y. Okay, so we grab this. And this. And I'll mess with that in a well, I guess. Everybody, come along. So I think this is... that probably needs to just slide up more than what I'm about to do. Skirt Y. So, skirt go down. Or no, skirt go down. Just going to have this move a little bit out this way. And tilt this up a little bit. Maybe I will put a skirt X on here. Oh, no. I have to keep the butt covered. Okay, and... that's a little too warpy. Let's keep it a little, just a little subtle. Skirt go down like that. This squish in a little bit. Let's go in. Yeah, it looks like it's... Okay, that looks more like it. Okay. Now for skirt go up. A little bit like that. And then we are going to use perspective in order to pull this out to make it look like it's flattening, even though it isn't. Possibly squish that a little bit more. I still don't like how it is going down. So you know what? Oops. Control Shift. Oh, I need to grab all of it. That's why. Control Shift copy. paste. Let's just pull slightly. Okay, I have this cover butt still. Okay. Skirt Y. And this is just going to be pure body movement of Y on a positional. We're going to do it as clothing heavy. Put it at a 0.9. At skirt Y. So when body goes down, oops, that's not body going down. Skirts should go up. Make this a bit stiffer. I think we probably could inbuild a little bit of the Y movement in there. Let me just get out the distort. So going down, it's always you're always going up, which means you're moving to the right. You can just grab this. Whoop. You can grab all this and just distort it to the left. Just a little bit. Keep the butt covered. And going down is always going to the left. So we will grab all of this, then the hem, and then we just distort. Pulling it to the right a bit. Maybe even just pushing this up a tab. There, cat girl butt. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Oh yeah, I need to do the ribbons. Did I not finish? Oh, I didn't finish the skirt physics. Weird. I thought I did it. I was just realizing it was moving all on its own. Okay, body Y. Add, whoops, that's not what I wanted. Add heavy clothing. Import. Let's bring it down to like 8. Make it an 8. 100. And we're going to add skirt Y. Now when she dips, it should, okay, yeah, she went up, so it stretched out in that direction. Okay, cool. So I guess get the ribbons, and I'm at the end point of this. Yeah, let's set this all to default. Okay, it isn't tilted. I thought it was tilted. Ribbon by 1. And so these are going to be rigged off the same thing I'm doing off side. So, as always, tilt the body. These I'm not going to spend too much time on. Okay, I'll do them one at a time. As said before, is probably the better strategy anyways. Ooh. Cool. Left ribbon by 2. Also, Miki's kind of horrible to capture like this because there's no good chroma screening. You can't do green, you can't do magenta because of the pink, and you can't do blue because, well, the blue. I think her normal outfit is better, but I pick the ways to make them unpickable. Okay. And just a little bit of bend. And a little bit of bend. Can we flip it and it'll be fine? Also, this is way more physics than I expected to do on this. Such is life. Okay. Should reset to default before I commit to this. Right ribbon phi 1. I can make the ribbon top bouncy, but I don't think it's going to add too much. Okay, so we get that over there, and then we get the tilt. Almost nostalgic just doing the grab, rotate, pull over. That's how I was doing this forever. I didn't know the positional or the temporary deformers were as useful as they were. And this is effectively doing what they do, except in, 2 steps. Whoops, that's not what I want. Okay, reset to default. Right ribbon phi 2. And just motion mirror that. Okay, nothing's like really jumping out as flying around too much. I have that happen every once in a while. Kind of silly. Do you have anything on you? So I think I'm just going to do a little bit of why do I always do that? Head movement like so. Oh yeah, I still need to have the arms do a little bit of mouse X and mouse Y. That'll be fun or horrifying. We'll find out in a minute. Move you one over. On this side. Move you one over. This side. Move you one over. This side. Move you one over. Now this should be circular. Just a little bit of movement going on. Not much. Okay. Arm rotate. I may not go for all the movement, but at least a little bit. -5. -8. 2. Okay, and for you. Front hand, or no. Front arm. Mouse X. So just to keep it kind of symmetrical. Whoops, no, I can't do that yet. Nuke it all. Move this. Please, thank you. No. Move this over here. 2. Or -2. And this could be 8. Now, I don't want to do a bunch of other stuff on this one, so maybe for a while I'll move like the hands up because, you know, cat paws. So to do that, it's going to be back here because I have a little more room up here. If I try lifting this and it goes down, this is just going to lift off. So, actually, no. Yeah, I think I need to do it on a warp. So move down. So it's going to, if it hinges down here, this is going to open up and just look weird. So. Just a little bit down. Don't want it to look too weird. Okay, up. Nothing too out there. Okay. Backhand, mouse Y. Okay. Once again, to move it down. Grab at the side, it won't look odd. Just move it down a little bit. I think I could use it for this one too. Okay. Let me give it a safety save. And let's see how she looks. No face tilts, but I'm not going to go through the process to try to get face tilts on this. It was made for one pose, and that's the one pose I'm messing with. Oh yeah, I need to select you. Leg shade skirt Y. Basically, I just need to kind of stretch this down. Maybe distort it slightly. And I just need to stretch this up. And we're good. Yeah, I see the Y mouse Y's going off on there. The mouse X isn't showing too much. It's there, though. Is the chest physics not rigged? Oh, it's on chest Y. Because I saw these just move on their own. I'm like, huh. Chest X. There we go. Thank you. You know what? This needs to move a little bit. Okay. Just this little piece. So we're going to need to have this like segmented to 13. It's going to suck. Okay. Right sleeve. Phi 1. So we go down to here. We go boop. We tilt the body by moving body X. This is like really not needed. Also, technically, I could have done this better if I had, whoops. Just made this its own thing. But it's fine. Okay, reset everything. Crack the leg. Right, sleeve Phi 2. Bop, bop. And I basically only need those squares, just to have it wiggle slightly. Maybe not even that much. Okay, cool. Do I use a different color for... I think I might have accidentally used a different color for some of the malforms. Yeah, because that's... ink. Or it's fading out because I messed up something on a... Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay, opacity is what it would assume it would be. Oh, I think I see. Yeah, right there. That is on the mids. What's going on here, buddy? Why are you at 50%? Because you're at -4 and not 4-1. There we go. It's terrifying that I'm developing an eye for debugging these. I am going to sneeze. 1 second. That was a sneeze. Okay. This looks fine. Is the skirt too wacky? No. It's a little bit iffy, but it's a pixel model. You're going in with some low resolution ideas. So anything weird that happens down here? You could say that's a little weird, but I mean it's socks. They're pliable. Okay, I think this is a pretty complete one. Now, clearly, I need to mock up Honey Pop and then have her slide in and say, did you drop some fishies? Clearly, that's the play. Yep, nothing more I could think of. Unless I wanted to put just the touch of face tilt, but a lot of me says no on that one. Oh. Saw another. I think that was on another mid. Oh yeah, because they would all be set up the same way. Okay, I could fix you. I could fix you. Why are you like that? You know what? To the Shadow Realm. Oh wait, no, mid. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, I think it's you that has a -4. Nope. That looks right. Oh, it's the full. Okay, so it would be the same as the other one that is messed up. Okay, so I go into here. I take this. It's -0.401. Same problem. Save you again. Okay. Well, with that, I'm going to call the stream done. I'll post a little bit of the posing and then see if I can get myself to properly make a little animation for it. It's not a hard lift. I just need to make the most basic honey pop thing, and I literally have the screen I need to reference in a YouTube video. So I'll just slapdash that like only I can and have this model slide in. Maybe take some recorded data of some movement in order to have it be not totally bad. And just need to mask a text layer and just have that move away so that it pops up. All pretty good. I don't think I'm going to try to take her voice and put it in, because that just feels a little eh. Though it fit. But that said, thank you very much for coming. I will see you next week and not Monday, because I'm not being insane and I'd like to sleep in and then not do anything for a few hours. There's that. So, I guess I do the thing. I'm Scribble in the Dark, and I do models and stuff. Find me at the Scribble Moon on the Twitter. Find me on VGen as Scribble in the Dark. I don't know. Anyways, goodbye.